Thank you, Q. All right, to the walkers. They're a Sprite crew. I see them. They're picking up the pace. They say, you can keep talking. I'm just calling these folks who are walking so that they have a chance. I'm going to give them a minute. And so they think they're missing out right now, but they're really not missing out yet. They're just walking more quickly. How are you all this morning? How about the Smoky Hills putting on a show? We actually directed the photography team to get the people emerging from the mist. That fog is why this is called the Smoky Hill River. Turns out they did miss out. They missed out on that fact. Hello in the balcony. Welcome. I see familiar faces. I see new faces. It's 8:30 and I rang that bell right at 8 a.m. Did you all hear the bell? If you see Wes Jackson, you should ask him about his bell. It's his. And he had it refinished, and it's from a little town not far from here, and was a gift from the Evans family. So it has a story. Surprise! Wes Jackson has a story for the bell. I'm going to start. Here we are. Prairie Festival 2022, in person, after 2 years of being apart. Doesn't it feel good? I'm so thrilled to feel the warmth of your presence. It's a creaturely thing, and I think we need it, and we're getting it today in a way that we haven't in a couple of years. We get the wind and the dust and the insects and the birds and the microbes and the plants and the soil right here under your feet, creating this kind of cute, beautiful complexity of the prairie this morning. This complexity holds the history of this place, and I hope at the end of this weekend you feel it, the potential energy for perennial futures. I didn't do this last night, and I realized I should have. I didn't introduce myself, so let me do that. My name is Rachel Stroer, and I was born on this prairie. I grew up here. My favorite prairie plant is the big blue stem. I'm almost 5'10", and it's one of the tallest prairie plants, so I think we identify with each other. And it's also tall enough that when I walk through it, I get to feel its feathery tips through my fingers, which I love. I'm also president of the Land Institute, which is a great honor to lead this group of scientists and technicians and people engaged in this perennial movement. I am the leader of a scientific organization, and I am not a scientist. It is not my job to do the science. It is my job to alchemize the genius of this place and the people in it, and help steward and guide it into the world and into the future. And I do that humbly and sometimes with a fair amount of terror. I want to acknowledge some histories of the movement through this prairie land and this particular space. Wes and Donna Jackson and a group of early Land Institute interns built this barn with their hands and some tools from mostly reclaimed and or free material. By Wes's calculation, the overall barn cost something over $500, but likely under $1,000. Another story you can ask Wes about if you see him is the story of these poles, which were cut at the wrong length by someone who will go unnamed. I also want to acknowledge that Henry Tarmy, a friend of the Land Institute who's not here today but has been to many prairie festivals in the past, painted this graphic on the wall. I will say that both Wes and Henry agree that it's not quite accurate, but it is a representation of a graph from the 50-year Farm Bill that Wes and Wendell Berry took to Washington in about 2008, 2009. It's been used by many to tell various stories over the years, so despite its inaccuracy, has been very useful. I want to also acknowledge that the late miner Seymour built this stage with his hands. It was his way of contributing to the mission, and for its foundation, we are forever grateful. His presence is missed and also felt. I acknowledge the prairie ecosystem that evolved over deep time with humans through fire and grazing, with hundreds and thousands of bisons, countless other mammals, reptiles, birds, and invertebrates, all fed by the prairie roots that hold and build soil. I also acknowledge again, as I did last night, the people who gathered on and traversed and stewarded this ground before the land was usurped, divided into squares, and owned. The Kaw, Pawnee, Osage, and other indigenous peoples whose ancestors farmed in the river bottom and who exist and persist in dynamic relationship with this land still today. These roots are also grain agriculture and farming communities. Any farmers here? Yeah, good. Including the city of Salina as a regional trade center with Euro-American colonization and industrialization, featuring widespread tillage into annual agricultural systems. The first Prairie Festival was held at Sam and Terry Evans Farm just north of town. David Brower from Friends of the Earth was the featured speaker. Since then, our signature perennial public event has drawn thousands of attendees worldwide. Some repeat Prairie Festival speakers have become famous over time and return to ever larger crowds. I keep hearing stories from various people about folks they've met at the Prairie Festival, and this becomes either a place where it is the only place you see certain people, but you see them perennially year to year. And it is also a place where folks have made connections with others that have helped them continuously throughout the year, even if they don't return. Lifelong friendships, lifelong support systems, and this community has grown and grown over the last 40 plus years in a way that is really, truly beautiful, and I've loved seeing it come together again today. For the future, I think that no matter what remains, what disturbance we experience and comes upon us, we will be here in this place or someplace close by with some number of folks coming together to grieve, celebrate, explore, discover together, listening to the prairie as our guide. In the future, I hope there will also be similar festivals in other places where folks in those ecosystems are gathered in their way and with their own teachers and students listening to the river, the forest, the desert, savanna, mountain, valley, and sea as their guide. Now, for today, we're about 500 people gathered from 2 countries, 29 states, and many more are listening from their homes around the world. Among us today are my colleagues and fellow co-hosts. You see them all wearing a bandana, so ask them questions and get to know them. They are 68 of the smartest, most genuine, most passionate people I know, and they're humbling, truly, to be around. While you're at it, you might also thank them for their tireless work to provision a perennial future and for their efforts to create this event and program. Raise your hand if this is your first time at the Prairie Festival. Yay! Welcome. Welcome. We raised the hands in a staff meeting earlier this week, and 30 to 40% of our staff have never been to a Prairie Festival. We've grown a lot over the last 2 years, so welcome to them as well. Raise your hand if you've come before once or perennially over decades. Yeah, good. So you all can help explain to the new folks what might or might not be happening here. Welcome. So this festival is a program of the Land Institute. It's a part of what we do, and we're so excited to be continuing it this year. We've titled this program New Roots, Growing a Movement from the Ground Down. I'm running out of time. It took too long. So I hope you're all ready for something new. We have curated opportunities for emergence here, and we are depending on you to help us spot them when they happen. New tools, new imaginations, new rules, and new pathways are desperately needed. And I think we have the best chance of discovering and developing those new tools together across differences and with the ecosphere as our guide. Roots, because roots help our imaginations race slowly toward the truth, toward ecological limits, toward connection. They are regenerating and resilient. Roots are dynamic, connected, changing, and stable. Roots, because on the prairie they are deep, and we cannot discover what we do not seek to know deeply. And these new roots need to grow, to be discovered, sowed, nourished, and tended until they are alive with a movement. A movement of people, or a diverse movement of movements of people who come together to align their superpowers and advance their shared goals. The outcome, a reconciliation of the human economy with nature's economy. Intersectional forces aligned and synergistic, but never the same. The complexity of our challenge requires it. Movement for this purpose also represents motion, change of matter from one place to another, or change in a system. The change of culture, a society, a way of being, including all the discomfort, the pain and grief that comes with it. And movement representing the dancing and music kind, the movement of the movement of people over time, a movement through history, and moving as change on top of change on top of change, in a never-ending cycle with and without humans over deep time. This movement has a rhythm, like a ritual, patterns that don't have a clear functional purpose, but that hold us together in a way and for long enough that we can harness nature's innovations within us. Finally, all this motion and growth through change needs the clarity and courage to lead us down, back home to living and thriving within ecological limits, to deeply know our roots and human selves within the context of our histories, and with the knowledge that our future is not predictable, but is rapidly approaching. So in closing, sorry, I maybe should have paused. I'll move on. In closing, an invitation. I invite you to listen and learn to the presenters and demonstrations, to the sounds and smells and textures of the prairie, and to each other. I invite you to get uncomfortable, to hear unthinkable thoughts, and to see opportunity and emergence among us. I invite you to be comforted by the prairie and by each other, by pancakes and music and dancing and the wonder of this place. If you happen upon a cicada shell mounted to the side of a bur oak tree, I invite you to stop and ponder the impossibility of a creature that was born on the tree, moved to the soil, spent 7 years living off roots, emerged in synchrony with others, crawling and then flew, sang and reproduced a beautiful, unimaginable metamorphosis and life cycle. I invite you to share with us your perspective, your grief, your joy, and your sight. I invite you to stand on this prairie foundation, the roots, the plants, the perspectives, the foundation and seeds that have been developed over the past 46 years at the Land Institute, the foundation of courage, whole science, deep time, and a relentless determination to find and develop tools for a humanity within ecospheric limits. Welcome and enjoy. I now get to introduce our first speaker and let you know that it is with great remorse that we do not have Linda Black Elk with us today. She is ill and was not able to get here. And it's for all of our good that she didn't come. So thank her for not coming, and sorry to us that she's not here. We'll either have her next year or we'll figure out how to get her recording available to you all post-haste. Instead, I'm going to introduce, so we're changing the schedule up a bit. You're just going to have to go with it. It'll all be okay. I'm going to introduce a speaker who has deep roots in two places. Raised in Iowa and now living in Palestine, Dr. Omar Tesdell bridges and straddles and moves between worlds with such grace and insight. I cannot wait for you to hear from him. This is his first Prairie Festival, so go easy on him. But he's not new to our work, and he's not new to this barn. He's been a collaborator with the Land Institute since 2015, working on new perennial crop development, social perennial vision, the history and future of agriculture within limits, and also thinking about data infrastructure and how we share in our collective wisdom across geographies. He says of the people of Palestine, quote, "They still intervene every fall to draw families in to pick the fruits and press the oil, keeping an ancient rhythm of life even amidst the fast-paced modern life in Palestine." And this, grafted onto wild olive rootstock, they have the ability to regenerate themselves and live for hundreds of years. I can almost not read it without weeping. He is so moving, and without further ado, Omar, please share your words with us. Thanks.
It's great to be here. It's a pleasure to be here in this scientific place, in this spiritual place, this place of the Konza, Osage, Pawnee peoples who were forcibly expelled 4 grandmothers and grandfathers ago. It is also the place of many European and other peoples who call it home, who are the beneficiaries of that expulsion. Many of those people are themselves the descendants of people who lived under the yoke of European feudalism before making the journey here. It is a history of oppression, and I hope that we can seek a transformation of all dominating peoples who bear responsibility to repair the wounds caused to this land and to its original people. I've been involved at the Land Institute for 7 years now, since the first wonderful Ecospheric Studies Conference in 2015, but I've never been to the Prairie Festival before. I intentionally missed the barn dance last night. It was not something that I knew that you wouldn't want me there. But it was wonderful to watch it from a distance. It's also good to be here. It's somewhat daunting to be here. I have so many friends here, and I've written this talk in many ways for them because it's really another step in our conversation that's been happening for several years. So here goes. I come from 2 fertile crescents, intertwined in space and time, Iowa and Palestine. And if I look like an Iowan and sound like an Iowan Palestinian, it's because I am. I've inhabited one world of endless horizons, a massive sky, gentle rolling hills, where the black, loamy Des Moines lobe soils of north-central Iowa stretch so far out and so far down you can't even measure them, a gift from the ancient glaciers. With colonization, the grid of the land survey system imposed on its prairies and rivers, it locked the flow of human life into roads in the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Yet the prairies remain in waiting, in the wetlands, in the fence lines, in the rivers. The native peoples stand also, ready to return. I also inhabit another world of golden sunshine, stone terraces covering small mountains where cool evening Mediterranean sea breezes sweep up at sunset. Shallow red soils contrast with the silvery green leaves of the olive trees. The roads in Palestine follow the hills and valleys. They're the opposite of the roads in Iowa. Hugging the meandering routes started as foot and livestock paths thousands of years ago, and now are roads for cars. And also with colonization, there too, a world of system, a world of walls, cameras, borders has been imposed. And there too, the ancient forests and native peoples await and stand waiting for their return. Both lands are deeply beautiful and deeply wounded by the plow and human short-sightedness. In Palestine, humans slowly bred wild plants into crops like wheat and barley. In Iowa, Europeans brought these Palestinian crops to this land and added new ones as they were rolled out over the landscape by the Homestead Act. The wheat of Kansas is a prime example of a Palestinian plant. And both of these places are deeply wounded by these human systems of domination. After so many lifetimes of foraging and hunting amidst these forests, the great Palestinian perennial polyculture of olive, grape, and wheat did emerge. In turn, it became the oil, the wine, and the bread that has fed people for millennia, and in turn became the famed center of Christian liturgy around the world. My university is called Birzeit, which is the name of the nearby village and translates to olive oil well. They had so much oil from olives that they had wells of them in the ground to store it for the rest of the year. These are deeply rooted polycultures. When I started our seed collection of native plants in Palestine, I only started to comprehend just how deep the roots run. Cultures come and cultures go. Palestine has taught me this. This is the grief of climate crisis. However, when cultures go, cultures leave remnants. Today, I want to make a case for a remnant agro-ecology, which enables us to keep the possibility of human freedom and dignity open. More on that in just a moment. It's a tradition at the Prairie Festival, I think, according to the YouTube videos, that people introduce themselves, and it's also, I think, important. So I'll just say a little bit about my own roots. I'm a researcher and professor in Palestine, in the Hill region, amongst these olive terraces that I just described in the Mediterranean climate. I completed my PhD in geography and sustainable agriculture at the University of Minnesota. As an undergraduate at Iowa State, I spent more time in community meetings and in the streets than I did in classes, and I ended up with a custom major, how to unsuccessfully stop the Iraq War, which I designed it all by myself. I was born and raised in rural Iowa to an American father and a Palestinian mother. I'm happy to say my father is here with us from Iowa, and my family in Palestine are watching on YouTube. So, ours was an unconventional farm for several reasons. For one, it was an acreage where we raised sheep when almost no one else did. We also worked with renters to do almost everything you can within the corn and soy beast. My father and his neighbors are learning in a gradual shift to more sustainable and regenerative practices. With our renters, he's implemented terraces, cover crops, no-till production for 30 years now, prairie strips, again, the prairie's returning in the middle of the cornfield, filter strips, saturated buffers, grass waterways for water protection, 5 acres of alfalfa, and now 7 acres of Konza, probably one of the first in Iowa. In a neighborhood of big corn and soy farmers who farm lots of acres on glorious loamy soils, among the best in the world, and at a significant profit, I might add, we all stood out a little. We baled hay. We would bale hay in the summer, and then we would have lamb and rice around an Arabic-speaking dinner table. My Palestinian and American families, like the two fertile crescents, are also deeply intertwined in time and space. My father's family are Quakers who are mischievous Christian pacifists who believe that service is better understood in a community rather than a military sense. So they served others in China and Palestine out of their social justice faith. And believe it or not, my American grandparents served in Palestine and in Gaza, of all places, and helped to set up one of the first refugee camps there instead of going on their honeymoon after their marriage in Iowa. At the same time, a couple of hours away, my Palestinian grandparents were being made into refugees. They too were relatively newlyweds with 2 new babies, one of whom was my mother. They fled their home on foot, terrorized like so many families around the world across human history. In other words, in 1948, one side of my grandparents left their comfortable lives to stand with Palestinian refugees, and on the other side, they were being made into Palestinian refugees, forced from their home, to which they have yet to return. Speaking of the Holy Land, my mother was born and hailed from a town called Lid, which, according to the book of Acts, chapter 9, is one of the first places that people became Christians when the Apostle Peter healed a bedridden man called Aeneas. This intertwined history offered a certain flavor to life, as you can imagine. We lived relatively normal lives, revolving around rural schools, except in the summers where we would visit our family in Jordan and Palestine. Today, the cycle is flipped. I live in Palestine with my own family, now for 9 years, attend a Quaker school, our children, and visit Iowa in the summer. So now we find ourselves in some climate and human crisis. What is this crisis? A crisis of climate or a crisis of greed? How much of a crisis is it? Are we indeed threatened? Are human society at risk? In the US, we ask questions now of how we will survive in the coming violence and migrations, the new forms of human exploitation. These are questions that enslaved and colonized peoples have always asked. They're not new questions. I live in a place where human cultures and violence have come and gone for thousands of years. As the Palestinian scholar Edward Said has said, these cultures have left an infinity of remnants in the culture and in the landscape. However, the remnants have no inventory, no guide, and the main task is to make one. And following on the Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish, the answer to this guide lies in time and not in geography. There are words, for example, that we use in Palestinian dialect today that predate the coming of Arabic and, like living seeds, remain in our speech for more than 1,000 years now. So the main question for my talk today is, what are the future remnants for food and agriculture that we are making now? How can we bring these remnants, the wisdom of our ancestors, other beings, natural processes, to bear upon this crisis? These questions weigh on my mind, and to begin to answer them, coming as I just have on a fossil-fueled joyride from my home in Palestine, which is also the Holy Land, and given the prophetic nature and tradition of the Land Institute, I think it appropriate to open with a 2,000-year-old passage from the great Palestinian healer known as Jesus, speaking to the crowds on a hillside only a couple of hours' drive from my current home, overlooking the Sea of Galilee. This passage comes from the Gospel of Luke as part of Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. He's just finished telling his followers to love their enemies. He didn't say don't have enemies. He said love them, which, believe me, was quite the departure from the warring patterns of the time, including now. So it says, the passage, "For each tree is known by its own fruit. Figs are not gathered from thorns, nor are grapes picked from a bramble bush." This passage is as complex as it is plain spoken. It is often seen as a warning against deception. I do think the passage is about discernment. There are many thorns and thistles in the Fertile Crescent. There are many thorns and thistles here and in all parts of the world. Both grapes and figs are also in season right now in Palestine. In the heart of the dry season, delightfully juicy fruits in the driest, thorniest part of the year. It is also now almost the Jewish New Year, which begins exactly with the coming and the end of the dry season and the beginning of the rainy season. It is also the Feast of the Cross for Christians who light a large fire tomorrow, tomorrow Sunday, where they anxiously await the beginnings of the rain so that they can, and all people, Muslims and Christians, all Palestinians, can begin the olive harvest. They don't dare start the olive harvest until the first sprinkles. The idea here is that it might seem to be that knowing the difference, the guide here is to know the difference between the fruits and the thorns. But maybe the trick is more understanding that each tree is known by its own fruit. In other words, possible to be known by its fruits. Soren Kierkegaard wrote on this passage in his writings on love, and he says, quote, "For one is not to work in order that love becomes known by its fruits, but to work to make love capable of being recognized by its fruits, whether these are recognized by others or not. In this endeavor, one must watch themselves so that the recognition of love, does not become more important to him or her than the one important thing, that it has fruits and therefore can be known." End quote. This passage and the overall idea is about knowing and unknowing. And to tie to the theme of the talk, there is really no way to know what will be a useful remnant in the future. We think we might know what a saving remnant might be, but it may not be recognized in the future. We can't force recognition of our work, but we can make them capable of being recognized at a future time. It's a subtle but very important distinction between thinking you know and making it possible to be known. I think one of the biggest questions for our current climate crisis is how do we know where to put our energy when it seems that our range of human influence is so limited? In plant breeding, for example, recognition is one of the most important features. It's done through cycles of phenotyping, in which the plots are constantly going through processes of recognition. It's probably the most crucial step in plant breeding, or one of them. Here, also, temporality is given a crucial lag time between the tree growing and the cycles of it giving fruit. So the future orientation is crucial. We can only invest energy in starting processes that may bear fruit at a possible future scenario. And these processes must be built on our understanding of the historical reality that brought us to the particular moment. So when we start something, we're only really activating a remnant or someone or some other process has left behind. And fruits and seeds are like time travelers. They bend and twist time and place to suit their purposes to increase the possibility of spreading. So I want to use the growing from the ground down theme of this year's Prairie Festival as an invitation into that tension of knowing and not knowing, between learning and unlearning, between what is assumed to be known and what is made capable of being known. It's a fine distinction, but I think an important one as the work of perennial grain agriculture and natural systems agriculture and deep adaptation to climate change and resource overshoot are upon us. I build on the traditions of my ancestors and teachers who have found inspiration in both the prophetic and the technical, tensions between knowing and not knowing, between immediate and long-term results. In the fruit and tree passage, there's contained both seeds and roots. Fruits can be more easily seen and measured, whereas roots are more difficult to measure and control. Both are necessary to the growth and reproduction of a fruit-bearing plant. A fruit is a seed-bearing structure that allows flowering plants to spread their seeds. Seeds play with time because they work on specialized and adaptive timescales. A root is a more universal structure. It supports the vascular plant, and transports water and nutrients to it. When I started our seed collection several years ago, I soon realized the potential of these living beings. Both seeds and rootstocks are technologies of time travel which embody the historical legacy and the future potential. Perhaps they serve as a concrete example of a future remnant, as they carry potential of both past and future, in the case of the rootstock as a clone, and in the case of a seed as a child. In the same way that the prairie plants and so many other histories and cultures and peoples lie waiting around us here. So I believe that humans do have the capability to learn things and unlearn things when the stakes are painfully clear enough. I wouldn't be a researcher or a teacher if I didn't think so. We have in our cultural heritage the ability to conserve and persist if needed. I remember my grandfather telling me about life on the farm in Iowa in the Great Depression, where they would heat up stones in the stove and put them at their feet at the bottom of the bed to stay warm through the night. In Palestine, you can still get your shoes and clothes repaired. Imagine that. Buy your local olive oil and your cheese, your oil in the spring and your cheese in the goat cheese in the spring. The oil in the fall and the goat cheese in the spring for the entire year. The earliest farmers in Palestine, after cutting down all of this forest, the Mediterranean forests, plowing, planting grains, did eventually build stone terraces to stop the stem of soil running down into the valleys. They did learn. The Dust Bowl led to the creation of the Soil Conservation Service in 1933. We did learn something there. After millennia, chattel slavery was outlawed and banned and ended. We learned something there. Today, my research and experiments to mow, our research group has experiments to mow the underbrush instead of plowing under the olive trees, a change in the production system that has been going on for thousands of years, and we're hoping to change that. So we do have the capability to learn. So then what is the task? What is the process of discovery and under what conditions and within what limits? All of these are questions that we've been grappling with in Palestine in our discussions here at TLI. The Land Institute and its similar institutions have always sought, and I respect this very much, the more difficult and outside route. But on the other hand, we always and often insist on seeing fruits. More grants, more scientific papers, conferences, recognition of our work, all of which makes us feel good and recognized. But what are we losing sight of in the process? On the other hand, if we only work behind the scenes in quiet solitude, how are we to change and expand our understanding and relationships? It's a really big tension. And I think the distinction between making known and making capable to be known may offer some clues. I was thinking about using this chart as part of my process because this is the chart that explains anything and everything. I don't think I have the guts to do it, though, so I'm not going to do it. So then the question becomes, why our work on the perennial grains agriculture in the place where annual grains agriculture was born, there in the Fertile Crescent? When you live in the Fertile Crescent, you are living in the midst of 10,000 years of agriculture. Believe me, history has a different resonance. As a researcher, I start thinking about what might be done when so many things have already been done. You start asking, what could possibly be done in the presence of an olive tree that has been feeding people with its oil for generations upon generations upon generations? There are olive trees in Palestine that are thousands of years old. There are olive trees in Jerusalem that have witnessed the Last Supper and remain. That's what I call regenerative agriculture. To be in the presence of such a being is an honor. Our research group in Palestine seeks to build more productive and just perennial crop landscapes. Our work in Palestine has been made possible by a wonderful team of bright, young Palestinian researchers who are watching now on YouTube. We seek to transform these landscapes toward more just and productive features so that the future remnants might be found. We conserve the seed of local perennial wild plants, the local knowledge about them, and build open source data structures to drive our research. Free and open source software and data stored in open formats is faster, more accessible to all, and more likely to stay available in the future, a future remnant. Plant breeding has always been open source. It's been open source since the beginning. So why wouldn't our data structures also today be open source? My research group is technologically and globally connected, but deeply grounded in our community of plants and people and other beings that make the landscape what it is. We publish our work in international scientific journals, but also in self-published community science works based on research with our community. So we do kind of three things. I'll just run by them quickly here. First, we make collections. Artists do it, plant breeders do it, writers do it, tractor lovers do it. We are collecting the seeds of hundreds of species of native plants that could be used to transform the landscape. We're also collecting the knowledge of our elders and building open source digital platforms to share that knowledge responsibly. These include the first Arabic language digital platform for wild plant information, a geodata platform, and a small booklet on our wild food plants. Second, we are attempting to make crops. We are testing numerous potential crops for our climate in collaboration with our colleagues here at the Land Institute and candidates that we have collected from the wild. Third, we are making communities. We're building networks of wild plant collectors, composed of young students who are building their own networks and teams of researchers. We have a new course in the university on the flora of Palestine, and two of our Palestinian team members have conducted internships here at the Land Institute, one in 2019 and one just this last summer. So if we are to continually learn from these natural systems and build agroecologies, then how might we learn from these olive trees or from the perennial wild barley that grows around our research sites? It's a big question. So as you can imagine, Palestine is a particularly challenging corner of the Fertile Crescent to work. It's a strip of land at the eastern end of the Mediterranean. You might imagine it a desert, but most of it is the Mediterranean climate, much like that of California. It's the Holy Land, a small place loaded with meaning for Jewish, Christian, and Muslim faith traditions. It's the southeastern tip of the crescent, of the Fertile Crescent. It's the ancestral homeland to just a couple of minor agricultural crops, wheat, barley, oat, lentil, pea, flax. The wild relatives grow around. They grow on the sidewalks. They grow all over the place. It's also a land being colonized by Israel, who rules it, controls the borders, travel, water, food, roads, visas, electricity, internet, among other things. Our people are ruled over by one of the best funded military occupations in the world, with all the latest taxpayer-funded tools of surveillance and war. In a tiny area, the size of 3 saline counties, so this county, 3 of them only, there is a powerful matrix of control, including 326 military checkpoints and road gates, 444 miles of walls, and roads that only certain kinds of people are allowed to use. For example, one of my team's research sites is 11 miles away. We have to drive through 2 hostile military checkpoints just to reach it, and back through them on the way back. And all of this is only the West Bank, to speak nothing of the Gaza Strip, which is 2 million people locked up in an open-air prison, or hundreds of towns and cities ethnically cleansed and destroyed, including my grandparents' town. However, with all of this power, funding, technology, they fail to completely control us. My students, friends, and family teach me about human freedom, resilience, and gaps in the system of control every single day. We live, go to school, do perennial agricultural research, take our kids to parks, collect plot samples, and go to soccer practice in this context. The limits imposed by occupation in Palestine give us a particular perspective on climate crisis and collapse. The limit has allowed me to learn and unlearn research methods under duress. The shrill debate in the first world here on climate crisis stems from our understanding of science and limits. Climate crisis is something to be known, to be managed, to be rendered pliable to modern solutions. These things are certainly useful, but do not fully address the central issue. Instead, what forms of knowledge-making and scientific enterprise are actually required to adapt? When I speak with my students about climate crisis at the university in Palestine, under military occupation, where student activist leaders disappear from campuses and their homes in the middle of the night, held without trial, unable to travel within their own country, I talk to them about climate crisis and they shrug their shoulders. The COVID pandemic, witnessed from Palestine, left a similar feeling. The seeming nonchalance of the third world on climate is frustrating for its own reasons because of the provincialism that oppressed peoples develop. They develop a kind of myopia because of the situation, and they see only their local problems at the expense of global crises. And this is also frustrating to me because we want to be able to see global processes. In addition, oppressed people, unfortunately, exact oppression on each other, especially in terms of class and gender. As someone who straddles both worlds, I've had the privilege to unlearn many things, from the farm on the incredibly fertile Des Moines lobes soils of Iowa, to Palestine upon graduation, to stand upon my graduation from graduate school, to stand with my family and friends, Palestinians under military occupation. I've gotten a taste for adaptation under duress, to conduct research under duress, and when you live in Palestine, you unlearn long-term planning and are given a very deep sense of urgency. The challenge today is to prepare so that research on perennial grains agriculture might be conducted within limits and under duress. What might be done today to enable future generations to benefit from our work? Working within limits and under duress forces innovation. Limits force us to unlearn established boundaries. Limits create an environment where unlearning can happen. Imagine, for example, a doctor working in a far-flung rural clinic versus one working in a big city. Within the US, working on the coasts or near big cities, or working here in the rural Midwest or rural South, there's a big difference. By way of conclusion, I mostly have questions. Many remnants stem from oppressions of human societies built on annual plow-based grain production. We should recognize our responsibility and culpability in the remnants that lie around us, making right today and making room for the remnants of tomorrow. What is our array of future remnants? What remnants will each of us leave behind? If a tree is known by its fruits, how might the adaptations we learn become the fruits of tomorrow? It seems that we must work within deeper timescales, or at least that's my best guess. Like nature's temporal strategies, not within unlike our shallow understanding of accomplishments and tasks. Working within historical reality means activating past remnants in the present. It also means working so that our remnants are capable of being known and recognized in the future. Like the tree, we release fruits and cannot control what happens next. We have to ally with nature's timescales, arrange to adjust and modify what we can on its potential path so that there might be a possibility of perennial grain agriculture in the future. This contrasts with our human tendency, for example, on an overemphasis on planning, which is really more about controlling the present than opening future possibilities. When we give priority to time, we open possibilities for new formations and new life. What would a remnant agroecology look like? Crops we develop today might be taken up now or in the future, or they might not at all. I often think that there must be former crops in the landscape in Palestine which we've never even heard of, and they're just sitting there, domesticated or half-domesticated, waiting for us to recognize them. We start processes of community building in which we also have to start processes of community building which are more just and adaptive, human agricultural societies. We can't control the recognition, but we can only start the processes in an act of faith. It's been said that certain places, especially places on the margins, are places that offer truth. My fertile crescents and their peoples, plants, land, offer future remnants for deep climate adaptation. The two fertile crescents of Palestine and Iowa have forced me to engage these questions. So I think that scientific research, it seems to me to be a leap of faith that begins with questions. So I want to leave you with just two questions for those of us seeking to make perennial, diverse polycultures a reality. First, what remnants in food and agriculture are we making possible? And second, are we changing the world or making it possible for the world to be changed in the future? Thank you.
Thank you to Omar, and we have time for a couple questions. We cannot answer all questions, but we have another 24 hours together, so you'll have time, and Omar will be here.
Forgot about that, sorry.
Emily, we have microphones. Questions or one over here? So we'll go back and forth. We'll just start on this side. And then the mic is left.
Could you comment on the, is it on? There we go. Could you comment on the work of Gary Nabum and Nikolai Vavilov? I'm just blown away by their stuff. Now I'm blown away here.
Thank you. Gary Nabhan is one of our teachers. He's a leader in the southwest part of the United States. He's also of Lebanese origin. And his work has been an inspiration, certainly. Many of you probably know his work as well or better than I do, but it relates to the collection of the protection and conservation of agrobiodiversity, especially in the American Southwest. So yeah, it's definitely an inspiration.
So, it's working, yeah. Yeah, there you go. So with the changing climate and the traditions and your tension between the known and unknown, if the rains don't come, do you go ahead and harvest?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Yeah, it's really interesting to think about that because right now, in that climate, it's 6 months of dry and 6 months of wet season. And so many things revolve around that question. The months, the ways that people measure time, the rhythms of the seasons and the harvest season. Palestine's one of the few places left where olives are still harvested by hand. Entire families spend the month of October in the olives. And it will be interesting to see, and we'll probably have to change traditions that are thousands of years old and modify them to adapt to this new climate crisis. Certainly, I think, yeah. Yes. I think there's somebody here.
Thank you for everything that you've shared. It's very deeply moving. And I wanted to ask you a question about that. You stated that you were curious what will be found in the future grains, or, you know, and I'm wondering what has been found that was a surprise and in that same realm.
Yes. I mean, so many of the new grains and crops and things that come onto the market are things that are being found around the world. You know, imagine 50 years ago, quinoa, for example, right? And so many of these things that come onto the market in the US and in the global north are things that have always already been there for so many peoples and cultures around the world, and take on these new lives in other places. And I think that's part of the human history. It's always been that way in some way or another. Yeah. We've been surprised to find things that were probably forages or things that could have been used for animals, and wonder if they had been used before. And so it's kind of funny to say, oh, there's this new thing that's really interesting, you know, in a place where people have been raising sheep and goats for 10,000 years, and how we know anything is new there, you know, is like an open question. So. But it's about recognition, you know, and it's about, I think, what I've learned from my friends who are plant breeders here. You know, so much of their work is this kind of discernment and recognition in the field and in the plots, and a kind of judgment call that they have to make constantly, you know. Thank you. I think there's a question here.
You do need, and just letting everyone know we have time for this last question, very likely, so you'll have a chance to ask again.
Thank you. Regenerative agriculture has become very kind of, let's just say it's popular nowadays. What perspective can you offer from your two Fertile Crescents on this whole notion of regenerative agriculture?
Yeah. The question, I forgot to repeat the questions. The question is about what kinds of perspectives can be offered from these Fertile Crescents about regenerative agriculture. I mean, when I look at an olive tree that's 1,000 years old, you look at it and it's really a tree. It's a tree, but it's not, you know, it's a new form of that tree that has regenerated itself over and over and over and over and over. So it's not a tree. It is a tree, you know, but it's like constantly regenerating itself from the roots. And so there are, if you look at one from the outside, there's all these hollow areas in the trunk where parts of that tree have gone away and new parts emerged. And so it's constantly kind of rebuilding itself. But never the same. You know, with each iteration, with each rebuilding, it changes. And so I think there are lessons there for regenerative agriculture. The challenge with regenerative agriculture, I think, is that we need to have very, very diverse cropping systems and lots of different options, and that ensemble of making them work together is really is a major challenge. And so maybe it's not really comparable, you know, a single individual olive tree is not comparable to an entire array of different kinds of crops that all have to work together in a kind of way. But I think there are lessons there to be learned about time. A lot about time. I'm putting more I'm learning more, let's say, about that deep history, because I think it shows us some ways forward. And a lot of what I tried to say today is really my own grappling. It's part of these conversations that I've had with so many of my friends here, who I'm so happy to see. And I think it's really a grappling with this, what seems like we have to choose between, everything's going to be fine, technology's going to save us, one option, or everything's going down, we're all going down, the other option. And I kind of refuse that dichotomy. I think there has to be lessons that we can learn, and maybe those trees can show us. I mean, they come and go and regenerate and die and regrow. And is it the same tree technically? Kind of, yeah. Is it? But it's 2,000 years old. So, yeah.
You absolutely can, but only after I check in on time. Hang on one second. We can do one more. Can you project from Aloft?
Yeah, I just was curious if you have any personal knowledge of maybe an unleavened bread recipe from the matriarchal homeland, and if you'd be willing to share it maybe outside of the... Sure, yeah. It's been around a while, that unleavened bread, so... Yeah, it's amazing the way... Oh, question. The question was whether there's a recipe for unleavened bread that I could share. So the interesting thing to me about the bread and the wine and the oil polyculture is that really the way that became part of the faith traditions is really much, much older than that. It is the sustenance of people. And that relationship between the people and the land, and two of the three, are perennial crops. Wheat is not. But the way that got taken up, it's the basis of the culture in that place for thousands and thousands of years. And then it becomes part of the faith traditions. I don't think it's a coincidence. And so then it literally is used to sustain people, even in the religious practices, especially within Christianity, but in other faith traditions as well. So it's literally being made part of our bodies. And I've had a conversation with Wes a couple of times about this tension in Christianity between the celestial and spiritual and the biophysical. And in so many ways, it really is biophysical. It's the ingestion of oil and wine and bread and anointing with oil that also is absorbed by your skin. So you're literally building your body with it. So it is very much biophysical as well. So, thank you.
Thank you to Omar. Just missing a note card. This is my brain on paper. All right, thank you, Omar. That was uncomfortable and comforting in all the right ways. Thank you, Omar. I like this idea of it not being a coincidence that the place and the olives and the grapes came together with the humans and interacted in this way and emerged. These things emerged that have then become ritual and culture And I think about this term that we say a lot around here, ecosphere. That is, I think, the most beautiful, practical description of what we mean by ecosphere. Just to decode this word that we use, and maybe not everyone here understands. But the idea that the living and the non-living parts and pieces and the ecosystems interact and exchange. It's the space between. My mother's an artist, and we took a family vacation one year, and we spent the entire time taking photographs of negative space. The space between things. And that's what the movement in the space between things is what the ecosphere represents. And so thank you, Omar, for bringing the ecosphere home in that beautiful way. I think I'm going to go ahead and move on, shall I? Okay. I feel like we should just let that sit for a minute. You want to just let it sit, let's just breathe for a moment. It's so good. I almost taste the bread. Thank you all for grasping that, and we'll carry it with us. Next, I'm going to introduce a man who is an investigative journalist and who has gone deep into the depth of at least two devastating topics, the U.S. food system and nuclear armament. And despite the dark truths that he has uncovered and grappled with, he is surprisingly cheerful, verging on optimistic. I don't know if he was going to take that or not, but it's quite unique. So I like to think about the both-andness of the situation that we're in, and Omar did a great job of bringing these, forcing us into the space between urgency and long-term, and all of these opposing truths that we have to grapple with, I think, to get where we're going. And I think it seems like Eric is doing a beautiful job of this because he knows things and understands these two systems that are very fragile and at any moment could sort of break this entire world that we understand as being. So with that, I'll just leave it at that. Please join me in welcoming Eric Schlosser.
Well, thank you very much. It's really an honor to be here. It's really nice to see more than 3 people in one place. And I have the great honor of being on the board of the Land Institute. And I realized last night that today's just about the 2-year anniversary of when I joined the board. But I'd never met any of the board members, and I'd never visited the Land Institute. And one of the things that makes me really happy about being here is I know it actually exists. And that I haven't been involved in some major internet scam with all the funds that we've been raising going to some offshore account in the Maldives. So anyway, it's really nice to see all of you. The subject and the title of my talk is Back to the Land, Living in the World Without Destroying It. We live in unusually dangerous times right now, right at this very minute. We still do have a pandemic. We're struggling with climate change that's been predicted for 40 years and yet ignored, with all kinds of extraordinary, unpredictable weather events. And as I stand here, the threat of nuclear war is greater, maybe, than at any other time since 1945. The Cuban Missile Crisis was very dangerous, and it lasted for 13 days, and the war in Ukraine is now into its 7th month, and the risk of the use of nuclear weapons just increases. On top of that, right now we have in the world extremist religious groups and extremist nationalist groups, and I can't even believe that I use this word, but it is relevant, and fascist groups that celebrate the killing of civilians because of their religion, their ideology, their sense of ethnic supremacy. Now, a lot of this fits what was predicted to be the end times. And maybe we are in the end times, but I really believe we don't have to be. So this talk is not going to focus on all those other subjects. It's really going to focus on how we produce and distribute and consume food, and who really benefits from this system, and what we can do about it. So, back to the land. Back to the land became a phrase popular in the late 1960s and early 1970s as all kinds of mainly middle class and upper middle class kids left the suburbs, left the cities, went back into rural America for a different way of living. Yet this back to the land sensibility has ancient origins. I think it's worth keeping in mind that at one point, and for most of human history, everybody was on the land. And it's only in relatively recent times that we had cities. And it wasn't long after we had cities that some people wanted to figure out how to get back to the land. Because cities very soon came to represent vicious competition for status, for fame, for money, for power, and cities came to represent a kind of decadence. On the other hand, the countryside, the land, represented simplicity, self-reliance, humility, health, a connection to nature. In the Roman Republic, the family farm, diversified family farm, was considered the bedrock of the society. And farms were supposed to be about 2 acres, and anything bigger than 2 acres was discouraged. Generals and the highest members of society proudly worked their own land. And there was this notion that being a republican, as opposed to a monarchist, was directly connected to the land, and the Roman Republic considered itself a state of independent farmers. As Rome became an empire, the reality of family farms, and much of it was a myth, but whatever truth there had been to the myth disappeared, and you got huge land holdings controlled by extremely wealthy people called latifundia, and these huge estates were worked not by generals, but by slaves. At the height of the empire, there was a growing nostalgia for the days of the family farmer. And you can see in the writings of Horace and Juvenal and Pliny the Elder this sense of loss of independent, hardy farmers giving way to a slaveocracy and an empire. And you see in this literature these opposing forces between the land and the city. Virtue versus corruption and vanity, health versus sickness, a republic versus an empire, and ultimately the life force versus the forces of destruction. By the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution had provided a new nemesis, a new reason to reject the city and its values and return to the land. Thoreau said, quote, "Let your life be a counterfriction to stop the machine." All sorts of utopian communities sprung up around the United States, in rural areas, as people went back to the land and tried to figure out all kinds of new social arrangements that were in many ways opposed to industrialization and the machine. Later in the 19th century and the early 20th century, there was the arts and crafts movement, another rebellion against industrial conformity. So we go through these cycles, especially in recent Western culture, of celebrating the machine and rejecting it and rebelling it against it. In the 1960s, the Back to the Land movement was hugely fueled by the war in Vietnam and what it revealed about American society, by oil spills and a growing awareness of pollution, and a sense that the earth was a fragile place, gravely in danger. The writer Edward Abbey called for a counter-industrial revolution to destroy what he called the megalomaniacal mega-machine of America. He opposed the expand or expire agro-industrial empire. In a beautiful, beautiful essay in 1970, Wendell Berry wrote, "If we apply our minds directly and completely to the needs of the earth, then we will have begun to make fundamental necessary changes to our mind. We will see that war and oppression and pollution are not separate issues, but aspects of the same issue. We will know that no person is free except in the freedom of other persons, and that our only real freedom is to know and faithfully occupy our place, a much humbler place than we have been taught to believe, in the order of creation." And that essay, written 52 years ago, was entitled, "Think Little." Today, we have maybe the stirrings of another Back to the Land movement, inspired by a growing interest among well-educated people in organic and regenerative agriculture, and a growing awareness of what industrial agriculture is doing not only to the land, but to the people in the cities who eat the food produced by this agriculture. So that's some of the backdrop of the idea of Back to the Land, this constant tension between a reverence of nature and the impulse to make use of nature, thereby destroying it, and celebrating so many values connected to ego and vanity and status that occupies so much of the time of people in cities. So right now, what's the problem with how we produce and distribute our food? How many hours do you have? 20 years ago, a book called Fast Food Nation that I wrote outlined some of these problems, described the corporate takeover of our food system and how that corporate takeover was pushing the centralization, industrialization, and homogenization of this country and its culture and its food production. And all of that was happening at the expense of independent farmers, independent ranchers, workers, and consumers. And we can see in the last 40 to 50 years, which pretty much coincides with the rise of this centralized industrialized system, how all of these groups have been harmed. And the proportion of farmers and ranchers driven off the land just in the last 50 years is extraordinary. And the rise of obesity and foodborne illness and all these other harms is extraordinary. And the ways in which workers have seen their wages decline and the minimum wage decline and protections in workplace decline. And these, as Wendell said, are not disparate problems. They're all connected to one bigger problem, a worldview, the mega machine. And I would like to think that when you write a book that becomes a bestseller on this subject, and documentaries are made, and it inspires other books and other documentaries, and I don't feel like I created the wheel. I feel like I'm just one part of this movement to challenge the system. I would love to think that 20 years later, there's just been a vast improvement, and I can say that every single thing I wrote about has gotten worse, except for the growing awareness among some people and how they are changing their lives and how some people are trying to change how we produce our food. Now, what we're talking about is science applied to the land for profit and the profit of a few. And it's justified with a kind of techno-utopianism. And what I realized, especially in my research on nuclear weapons, was that human beings are much better at creating complex technological systems than we are at controlling them, let alone at knowing what to do about them when something goes wrong. I'll give you an example of techno-utopianism for the profit of the few applied to the land. Glyphosate, also known as Roundup, a weed killer that was essential for the introduction of genetically modified crops. It became very popular to the enormous benefit of the Monsanto Corporation. And anyone who criticized the Monsanto Corporation and its introduction of its genetically modified crops and glyphosate could expect to be investigated. And farmers were threatened. And it wasn't the free market that led to the take-up of these products. It was a very totalitarian pressure. So right now in the United States, 300 million pounds of glyphosate are applied to the land every year. That's almost a pound of weed killer per person. Now recently, a radical environmentalist group called the U.S. Geological Survey found traces of glyphosate in 75% of the rain falling from the sky. So if you live, especially in the heartland of the United States, you can be growing things organically, you can be living righteously, you can be a vegan determined not to harm every or any living thing. But if you breathe, you are likely to be breathing in traces of glyphosate. And if the rain touches you, it brings this poisonous weed killer. Another study recently found that 80% of Americans have traces of glyphosate in their urine. Now, what's the problem with that? Well, there's increasing evidence that glyphosate is carcinogenic, and that has nothing to do with what it's doing to complex ecosystems that we barely are beginning to understand. It's just the simple fact that something that could cause cancer is being dumped on the land, hundreds of millions of pounds, without our consent, and it's in the rain. This is a sign of madness. I'll give you another few statistics. About 850 billion pounds of corn are produced every year in the United States. And that would seem an incredible bounty for human health. 40% of that corn is fed to livestock. 30% of that corn is fed to automobiles. And of the 840 billion pounds of corn grown in America, maybe 6% is consumed by human beings. That is insane. This incredibly cheap, government-subsidized, genetically modified, pesticide-covered corn is a source of enormous profit for a handful of meatpacking companies because they have cheap, subsidized grain to feed to livestock in factory farms. This has also led to some unusual results. The industrial chicken, which bears almost no relation to poultry as they lived for millennia, and even the poultry in the United States being raised in the 1940s and 1950s. And we are eating an enormous amount of chicken because of the cheap subsidized grain. So right now, the biomass, that's the combined weight of all the industrial chickens, is 3 times larger than the biomass of all the wild birds in the world. Now, in nature, the most common wild bird was the passenger pigeon in the 19th century. And at its peak, there were 3 to 5 billion passenger pigeons at one time. This year, so 3 to 5 billion of the most numerous wild birds. Right now, this year, there will be 66 billion industrial chicken. This is absolute madness. And it's more evidence of the centralization, industrialization of agriculture, and most of all, the concentration of power and the concentration of profit. 80% of the food being eaten comes from just 12 crops. That is monoculture, not polyculture. And in the same way that you have monoculture in the crops, you have monopoly power in the system that is producing them. And that monopoly power is a very recent phenomenon. I wrote a lot about meatpacking. In the 1960s, as late as 1977, the top 4 meatpacking companies controlled only 23% of the market. Today, the top 4 meatpacking companies control 85% of the market. And economists say that when 4 companies control 40% of a market, you no longer have a free market. You have an oligopoly. And as these companies get bigger, you have monopoly power. The great irony is all of this happened in the last 40 years as the free market was being celebrated. And behind the rhetoric of the free market, we got extraordinary monopoly power. 4 companies control 67% of the hogs in America. 4 companies control 58% of the seeds in America. They control 54% of the poultry. And in a really extremely disturbing development, 4 companies control 77% of the beer. And there's been a marked decline as a result. These corporations also now control life forms, and not in an abstract way. They control the life forms that most Americans are consuming. This is not science fiction. 2 companies now control 99% of the turkey genetics. 2 companies control 95% of the broiler genetics, and 2 companies control 94% of the egg-laying hen genetics. And it's not just livestock. 2 companies now control 50% of the salmon genetics. And as we learned recently, 4 companies in the United States control 90% of the market for baby formula, for infant formula. And the 2 biggest ones control 80%. And when the biggest manufacturer of infant formula has a problem at one of its factories, I'm talking about Abbott, and has to shut down that factory, because of the monopoly system we have, suddenly there's a chance that infants won't be able to eat. So we're talking about malnutrition and possible starvation among infants because of what was happening at one factory. Now, at that one factory by Abbott, it was discovered that for years, old, filthy, dirty equipment was being used to manufacture infant formula. There was dangerous bacteria in the pipes. There was poor tracing of products, and there was deliberate falsification of records. Now, we're talking about a company selling food for infants. And if they're willing to do that in order to make a little extra money, they are willing to do anything. Which leads me to a subject that maybe I shouldn't be bringing up, which is politics. And I mean, it could be argued that if I didn't bring up politics, that would be a political argument too. Now, this analogy has been made again and again in history, but sadly, it should be made again. The corruption of the Roman Empire and the decadence of a society that had once been based on the work of independent farmers, I see some echoes of it. And it would be really nice and it would be really convenient to blame all of this on capitalism, and that capitalism is the problem. But we have to keep in mind that the worst environmental devastation ever experienced in modern times was in a society that was committed to scientific socialism, the Soviet Union. So what we're talking about is more complex than capitalism versus socialism versus mercantilism. We're talking about the human instinct and desire for power, for status, for wealth, for control. It is an ancient impulse that is constantly at war with the other impulses for community, for compassion, for kindness, and humility. This happens to be a very good place to talk about politics, because this state was the place where opposition to monopoly power was born in the late 1880s and 1890s. And populism, the right kind of populism, came out of this state. Mary Elizabeth Lease, one of the real radical Kansas populists, said, quote, "Wall Street owns this country. We now have a government of Wall Street, by Wall Street, for Wall Street." You could say the same thing today, but you'd have to add some other names like Tyson and Cargill and the other gigantic corporations that basically write our laws and get the state to enforce those laws at the expense of most people. The effort to oppose monopoly and the effort to oppose trusts that began here in the 1880s and 1890s was not entirely successful, but it had an impact. And it led to the popular election of senators, it led to antitrust laws, it led to the breaking up of some very big monopolies. We have populists again today, populists who are proud to call themselves populists, but today's populists, unfortunately, are as phony as the hair color of a certain ex-president's hair. I mean, I see pictures of the guy, and I thought that, and I don't really know personally, but I thought that when you get old, your hair gets gray. And what's amazing is here's a guy with dark hair who became a blonde. And his hair is as fake as the right-wing populists that we have in this country. There's a guy in Texas who's going to run for president, and he considers himself a populist, and his wife works for Goldman Sachs. Those are the populists of today. But if you look back a century ago, it was a different thing. It was a real confrontation with concentrated power. It wasn't using the language of populism as a cover for the corporations to just pass more laws and buy more politicians. One of the most outrageous things to me, was the Supreme Court decision in 1882 that declared that corporations are people. And it was under the 14th Amendment written to free slaves and provide civil rights to former slaves that used as a way to protect corporations. And, you know, it's ridiculous to consider corporations people and allow them to donate to political campaigns. Society that we're paying for and that these food companies are not paying for was as high as $2 trillion. So the external costs being imposed on society in terms of climate change, obesity, foodborne illness, all the harm to society is an extra $2 trillion. And in the 1970s, we got clean air because the environmental movement came up with a notion, make the polluter pay. And if these corporations had to absorb those $2 trillion in external costs they're imposing on society, they would have to figure out different ways to produce their food. So, what's the answer? Well, I think Wes Jackson has provided a large part of it, and here the Land Institute has provided a large part of it with the notion of perennial polyculture, a form of agriculture that looks at nature in an entirely and profoundly different way, that isn't trying to way, but to understand it and work with nature. And one of my concerns as the technology and techniques of perennial agriculture are coming to fruition now and may actually play a role in our agricultural system, my concern is that they will be co-opted, purchased, controlled, somehow patented by the very corporations that this system was invented to counteract. And that is a grave, grave danger. And I've seen again and again how innovators have created really interesting food companies that are opposing the dominant mindset, and those food companies are now owned by General Mills or Unilever or one after another, and they lose the kind of radical alternative spirit. And I'm not saying that any of that has happened in perennial grains yet, but I think it's something that the Land Institute, at least in my view, and as a board member, I will be pushing against it being co-opted into this mega machine. By mentioning the work of some of the early founders of the movement for sustainable agriculture from the 1920s and 30s and 40s. I'm talking about people like Sir Albert Howard, Lady Eve Balfour, Robert McCarrison, Jerome Rodale, who saw 80, 90 years ago the dangers of an industrial system reliant on pesticides and herbicides. And the founders of our modern sustainable agriculture movement had a worldview that was truly holistic. The interconnectedness of all things was at the heart of their philosophy. As pesticides and fungicides and herbicides were being introduced, they rebelled against a simplistic, mechanistic view of how food should be produced. Their interest in the soil was literal, but it was also metaphorical. The importance of the soil was integrally linked to the cycle of life, birth, death, regeneration, and they rebelled against this simplistic technological view of agriculture, against the desire to dominate and control nature. They rebelled against attitudes completely at odds with how people had lived on the land for thousands of years. And the essence of their argument is this: what you put in the soil winds up in the crops that grow in that soil, winds up in the animals that eat those crops, winds up in the people that eat those animals, and ultimately everything returns to the soil, as all of us will one day return to the soil. Like it or not, deny it, embrace it, all of us are going back to the land one day. And I can tell you, for my part, while I am standing on it, while there is a glimmer of hope, I will fight and fight and fight against these other forces of dominance, of control, and greed. And what we need to do is celebrate the antithesis, which is kindness and compassion and humility. Thank you.
We do have time for a couple questions for Erin.
Yeah.
So there's a dichotomy inherently with going back out into the land, out of the city, rural values versus urban values. And undeniably, cities are here to stay, and they offer a lot of accessibility and connection and opportunity. So as somebody who inspires and shares ideas, can you offer any insights as to how we can get, because we understand as far back as people go, that to combat a small, very powerful group, you need numbers. Right. And undeniably, the numbers are in the cities. So what are your insights into what we can look forward to as hopeful messaging and getting people in the cities to care about what's going on in the soil, even if they're not touching it, even if they only ever touch asphalt, that they care about and support it, so that we can count on them not shielding people that live in their ivory towers in the cities, controlling everything.
So I want to make something clear, and I hope I didn't convey a wrong, give the wrong idea in my talk. I love cities. I mean, there's so much about cities. I mean, the great thing about agriculture is that, the success of agriculture allowed some people to be writers. And readers, and do all kinds of things. But, the ignorance of agriculture in the cities is profound. And what's sad is that in a country of like 320 or whatever million people, the reality is it's a few 100,000 farmers who are producing the food that we eat. There's the statistic given that there are 2 million farmers. Well, if you look at the full-time farmers and what is being produced, we're talking a few 100,000. And every single person who eats has an obligation to understand the system that produced that food and support the people who are doing it the right way. So, it's such a complex thing to unwind, but the same media, that gets these ideas across is controlled by the same system that we're trying to change. I mean, I was hugely gratified by the number of people that read my book, Fast Food Nation, but I was up against the McDonald's Corporation, whose annual marketing budget of $1 to $2 billion is just slightly bigger than my marketing budget was. So the cities cannot exist without the farmers in the countryside. I think there was a Williams Jennings Bryan quote about, get rid of the cities, and someday, they'll be rebuilt. Get rid of the farmers, and you just will never have cities. So educating people in the cities about their connection to the land is of fundamental importance. Yeah.
How do you feel like your views have changed, if you think
Wow.
all the students. And I remember an opportunity I had along with a couple of other faculty to talk with you, and I came away from that thinking that there was a bit of a tension that ran through Fast Food Nation, that on the one hand you recognize that, oh gosh, we just got to trash the entire system. But another part of me felt as though in the book you were saying, okay, if we make these changes to the system, it will work. Did I read it wrong, or do you feel like you have become more radical in your thinking over the last 20 years?
So, I have learned so much more. I mean, when I wrote Fast Food Nation, this is a fancy word, but I was an autodidact. I was totally self-taught. I had never read Wendell Berry. I had never read or met Wes Jackson. The gaps in my knowledge were profound. I think some of the strengths of the book was that I knew nothing about the subject and I didn't have any biases. And I could find things and, oh my God, I can't believe this is true. And people who were teaching ag science just, were so used to it. So there were some benefits to my method, but there were some real drawbacks. So I would say I know so much more. I know how all of my ideas were already thought before and more eloquently expressed than I could ever express them. And that my work is just part of a process of people who, not just for generations, but for hundreds of years have been trying to push the world in a certain way. And I think that also, things have continued to get worse. And I'm not calling for the violent overthrow of the United States government. I want to make that clear for anything. But I think that if money isn't removed from politics, and if ordinary people are not involved more and more in the process, I mean, we have the widest, gap between wealthy and poor that we've had, since the 1890s, when the Kansas populists spoke out against it. So I don't presume to have all the answers. I just really want the right questions asked and people to try to act. Anyone up there? No? Okay. Sorry. Okay.
We're going to go to this side. And you want to get the mic to you, because that way the feed allows it to go into people who are doing it.
That one back there is going to go first.
Okay, I'm hiding behind the post, so I can't see you. No, I'm hiding behind the host. You can't see me. I see you now. I couldn't see you. First of all, I agree with all that you said, but a couple things came to mind from what you talked about. First of all, your thoughts on the idea of educating about farming and the real nature of farming. The second thing that came to mind was we talked a lot about marginal profits in the big companies, but don't we offer, or don't we have a little bit of blame here too, that we're concerned about not a profit, but saving a little money when we buy those products compared to what an independent farmer could make.
Yeah.
The other thing, the final thing, and I like your comments once again, one of the things that struck me during the years or two of COVID when things weren't available, wasn't this an incredible opportunity for us to say, wow, there's a limit of what's available here. Isn't this a wonderful opportunity for us to pay a little bit more and support our neighbors, a little more for eggs, or maybe our neighbors, and encourage that and really profit our neighbors that live next door to us and people we know.
Yeah.
So I kind of like your thoughts on it.
Well, try to go backwards. That last question about COVID, it would have been great if COVID and the pandemic had inspired people to think more about their neighbors and pay a little more. But what happened instead was the monopoly power, particularly in the meatpacking industry, allowed these corporations to maintain, extraordinary high prices while ranchers were not getting money for their meat. And if you look at every single one of the meatpacking companies had record profits through this pandemic. And there is no real competition in that industry. There is no free market. And what's particularly appalling for me is, the book Fast Food Nation, if you look at it, the heart of it is about the exploitation of immigrant workers in the meatpacking plants of the United States. And to see how these people were literally sacrificed during the pandemic by the only executive order issued by the President of the United States in the entire pandemic was to keep the meatpacking plants open when a public health official in Colorado tried to shut one of them down. There was never an executive order for companies to make gowns for nurses who were wearing garbage bags in hospitals. And it's just so the pandemic revealed the fragility of the system as farmers were dumping thousands of hogs into trenches, and it revealed the unbelievable, unchecked greed of the corporations who control the food system. Absolutely. If you look at how wealthy and upper middle class people are eating, they have completely changed their diet, and not because of me, but in the last 30 years. And that's because spending a little extra on food really doesn't affect their budget. And the people who most need access to healthy food are the ones who can least afford it. The federal minimum wage of, $7.25 is about 50% lower than the minimum wage was in 1968, adjusted for inflation. And what that means is the poorest workers in the United States have gotten a pay cut of 50%. So, I would love for everyone to be buying healthy food produced the right way in a sustainable way, but people need to have the money in their bank to be able to do it. And the first question, if I remember correctly, was about education. And again, my ignorance was vast when Fast Food Nation was published. It's still pretty damn big, but I've learned some things. And one of the people I met after Fast Food Nation came out, who I'm not a gourmand, I never even heard of, was Alice Waters. And Alice Waters is a chef in California who has made it her mission to bring education about food and our food system into every school in the United States, and every school in the United States should have a garden where children learn about food by growing it themselves and learning how to prepare it themselves. And her movement has been hugely influential, and so these things are possible if we make them happen. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And thank you all. It is now a break time. We have not quite 20 minutes. We'll be back at 10:45. And so wander, do your biological things, and we'll see you soon. You might check out the Big 4 exhibit back behind the barn. There's a description if you're looking for something to engage with. Miss out. All right. Our first guest here is going to be our resident artist for the Prairie Festival. We have this value at the Land Institute we call whole science. And we're a scientific organization, but we don't like to forget about the arts and philosophy and the wholeness that informs the science that we do. And so let there be art. And Erin's art is inspired by and co-created by the Prairie, and this is the Prairie Festival. So this is just all kinds of perfect. I welcome to the stage to talk about what they've produced for this festival, Miss Erin Wiersma. Thank you.
Good morning. Hey, it is absolutely wonderful to be here today, and the weather could not be more perfect. And it's just so good to be meeting here again in the big barn. I'm delighted to be the land artist this year and showing with Preeti and Wes in the Red Barn. This morning I'd like to share a little bit about myself, about the artwork, including my exhibition, which I'm calling Evolve and Become. But before I launch into that, I just want to take a moment and share some gratitude. I'd like to first express gratitude for my colleagues at Kansas State University for their ongoing support. I'd like to thank Emily Ryan for being an incredible host here at the Land, as well as Wes Jackson, without whom none of us would be here. And to everyone who's had a hand getting the work prepared, including Carla Pritchett. Bill and Corey North, who are concurrently showing my work at the Clara Hatton Center and Sanzen Gallery, located in Lindsborg, Kansas, just a short 20 minutes drive away from here, 19 if you're looking at Google Maps. And on Sunday from 1 to 4, as in tomorrow, the galleries will be open, and we really hope to see you there if you're able to stop by. When I was first invited to be a land artist, I began to think about which of my Konza Prairie drawings to show. These drawings are created directly in the prairie, immediately after or months following a prescribed fire, and the land itself is making the marks onto the paper. In the end, I decided to share a selection of my most recent drawings from 2022, from the prescribed burning season. In addition to the drawings I'm also sharing scientific research in the form of a reading room. So I'd like to share a little bit about the reading room. The goal of this reading room is to show the connections of different perspectives and times within Konza Prairie. The reading room is a sampling of research recognizing others who studied and worked on the prairie, including but not limited to, Katie Kingery Page's ethnographic interviews with grassland ecologists, doctoral candidate K.T. Silber, who compiled lab reports from the Division of Biology at Kansas State University, John Blair, director of Konza Prairie Biological Station, and Jesse Nippert, who oversees the National Science Foundation LTR program at Konza Prairie. Each have offered personal materials from their bookshelves. The Konza Prairie and my art practice wouldn't exist without the vision of scholars in the 1970s and continued curiosity and interest of researchers in many fields. Throughout the weekend, we invite you to explore the articles, interviews, books, letters from the 1970s when the Konza Prairie was in its early stages, and maps within a reading room, and to engage in a new prairie place. Now on to the artwork. Okay, so I am new to the Flint Hills, not anymore, but I was over 10 years ago. And I came to Kansas due to the university, and I immediately had an appreciation for this ecoregion and knew it was different. I hadn't come this far west. Well, I went further west, but never really stopped in the Great Plains as an adult or as a child. And soon I became mesmerized, interested, curious what the heck is happening with these prescribed fires in ecology. When you see fire in New Jersey, it's not a good thing. And now looking back, around the time I was trying to get rooted in this new place, this work had emerged. I worked directly in the land. I use paper, which I drag, I push, I pull across that landscape. And the work is directed by the land itself, literally, and the wind. When I'm using large-scale paper, I tend to pull that paper up into the air and shift that paper around, sometimes by choice and sometimes, most of the time, by necessity. It's pretty windy out there. And the geography. I tend to find myself, when I'm making these large-scale works, finding myself into places of shelter. So if you have a chance to take a look at the catalog I brought with me today that's in the bookstore, and we'll be doing a signing today with Wes, I don't know where he is, please visit us. You'll see there's an inclusion of a few images of these processes that I bring to the land. So with this large-scale paper, I tend to start high on the prairie and descend down into these draws, these arroyos, finding shelter from the wind. And so the wind itself and that geology, our geography, it's leading the work. Get some water. So when I'm in a land, I'm an artist, and mark making is important to my overarching work. And I see the land as a mark making tool in itself. And I'm almost this facilitator walking out into the prairie, experiencing it. So the prairie becomes the subject of the work and also the medium. So on the surface of the paper, it becomes this rich record of the land itself, whether it be the biochar or the growing plants or the soil or the pollen, depending on what season I'm there. And the work has continued to evolve. I spoke a little bit about this large-scale paper, but over time I wanted to go out when it was windy. And so just that curiosity of, can I work when it's windy, or can I work all seasons of the year, really drove the evolution of different apparatuses. A wheel that I bring out to land where I drag or push it. So what happens in the land when I'm there? That's kind of the logistics I'm talking about, the walking and the paper records this direct experience, but I'm entering an immersive experience. And what happens is that my whole body is getting attuned to this place, and I see differently, I hear differently, I feel differently. And I'm not feeling with my hands are on the paper mostly, or on this apparatus, but I'm feeling with my feet. And it's in this space where I come to know not only through senses of where I'm at in that moment, but I get to step back in time. And I get to know the earth. And so quotes like from Aldo Leopold start to resonate and make sense. He speaks about spiritual dangers. And I'm completely in danger, not in the land, but in most of life. And I'll read this one quote for you. There's 2 spiritual dangers in not owning a farm. One is the danger supposing that breakfast comes from the grocery. And the other is that heat comes from the furnace. And you know, when I'm in that space making this work, I know exactly where my food is coming from. And I know, and I envision deep down below my feet, the land itself and those roots, those tall grass prairie roots that are going through that rock bed, and I get a sense of where I'm at. And I get a sense of this time as well. Something magical happens, I guess, for me. When that land gets cleared with that fire, that thing that destroys but also is going to rejuvenate those grasses, all of a sudden, I envision a seaway that is dividing the continent too, and I get even a glimpse of my home, the Atlantic Ocean, of that beautiful ocean space, and I can sense and I imagine this place that used to be the ocean or a sea, and my ears are hearing this rock shell underneath my feet, which sound like seashells. So, I went into the land really out of a curiosity and appreciation for the land, but I wanted to know it. I wanted to know the land, and you know, like any research project, you know, you have an interest, you go into it, and you figure out what's actually happening. In working at Konza, I didn't know how long I'd be there for, and this was a concern for me, and this concern kind of, I wanted to know the answer. How long would I be here studying the land? And when I passed through that first year cycle of grasses, I started to understand that this was a much long-term project, and I started to understand the role of arts and science on a deeper level as I was actually doing it. I realized when we were burning, in addition to making these works, on really windy days when I can't bring my paper out of there, I joined a burn crew. So I get to study fire from a different vantage point, not just out there making the work. And I have this clear memory, and it happens every year, when there's a watershed that I know that place, but I forget its name, I forget its coding. There's 50 watersheds at Konza, or more than 50 watersheds, and they're studying the effects of fire. What happens when you burn every year in the spring, the time that everyone wants to burn, versus what happens when you burn in fall, winter, or summer even. And so we were burning a 1-year watershed, and we skipped over a 2-year burn, and I was just upset. I realized I waited 3 minutes left. I had waited all this time to see this place, and all of a sudden I had to wait another 365 days. And so as an artist, I also see myself very much engaging with the scientist research. So much so that I've gone ahead and renamed all my work in the second year. one out of necessity. I was really confused what I was looking at, and the naming system didn't make sense. But I decided to call the works transects, and thinking of that study of a space, and I know it's not a direct match for meaning, but I'm studying these different watersheds, different time. And so over time, I've learned plant compositions, not by their scientific names, but how they feel, how they look, how they're grouped together. I've learned. I see. I'm using this mark-making language, and I see the plants. So this learning that I'm engaged with is very pre-verbal. I'm learning how the grasses sound against my heavy, thick canvas pants as they brush along. I learn the plants based on what they look like in different times of the year. I look back at my titles doing this long-term work, and I identify with days of the year. My work is titled Transect, the year, the day of the year, the place, and a memory. And now I'm engaging in this activity of remembering the prairie as it has revealed itself to me. So on the 100th day of the year, early in the morning, the frogs, you'll find them down in a 3-year watershed. And so I look to return in 3 years from now to hear those frogs again. And those kind of memories that keep me going to the land. Cool. Thank you.
I think it's on now. Yes. Okay, I now get to just talk to y'all for 2 minutes while they change the stage. And I was thinking that actually I would ask you to talk amongst yourselves. And I was thinking that the question that you might answer could be Omar's question about, are we creating a new future, or are we laying the groundwork for the new future to be created? Would you like to talk amongst yourselves about this? Maybe with your neighbor. Do you know your neighbor? Please start with an introduction. Please start by introducing yourself. I'm gonna introduce the next.
You want to bring them up?
Yeah, I'll introduce them.
And then have them walk up? I think we should have them sit down.
First? Okay, yeah. Hi, welcome. I'm so excited to hear this and get to know y'all better.
Nice to be here.
Yeah. Right. All right, I'm glad you all are getting to know each other. And thank you again to Omar for his most challenging question. I like to think this as facilitating, not commanding and controlling. But we will move on. Next, I am so pleased and excited to introduce this group of folks who have always been at the roots. We can't talk about the roots without having this conversation. And I am excited to be learning along with you and getting to know JohnElla and this group of folks who she knows well and has brought to us today. So with us we have Dr. JohnElla Holmes, who is the Executive Director and President of the Kansas Black Farmers Association. I just met her. She's been described to me as a force, and I can feel it. So thank you. And with her are Donna McClish. Thank you. Webb Davis. Welcome, Wade. And Ryan Tenney from around Kansas City, I think. Very good. Well, I'm just going to let you take it from here because I think you're going to tell us more about who you are and these roots.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Okay, they're giving us the mic. I'm a retired assistant professor from Kansas State University, and I had those intro classes that looked like this. And I never wanted to just stay behind a podium, so I had to learn to project. Imagine that. But can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, good, good. Okay, so Aubrey Straight called. Oh, you're cute. Oh, how darling. She called and she said, I want to put you in touch with this fireball called Emily Ryan. I was like, ooh, okay, need more fire in my life. And so they were like, will you do this panel? Da, da, da. And I said, we'd love to. Absolutely love to do it. And I've got people in mind. Well, being women, type A women, they were like, okay, invite whoever you want, but we want Ryan. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll see if he's available and get him here. But I immediately thought when they said that the theme was roots, reconnecting, or I forgot what the theme is, but it was connected to roots. I was like, black farmers have always been at the root of growing and plants and agriculture and all that. Yeah, come on. Okay. Now, I can get a hype person because I think we got Pastor Smith over here to tell you when to clap. But, so I said, we've always been at the root. And what they need to know is that I get so tired of hearing, there's black farmers in Kansas. Well, yeah, that's how we got here in 1877. We came to farm and to have land. We were promised that, 40 acres and a mule and that whole thing. And so when I was thinking about it and I was discussing it, I said, we're going to use the metaphor of a tree. I'm going to give you the roots. I'm going to give you just a little bit of history because up here, I'm the most boring person up here. Donna McClish, oh my goodness, everything she touches turns to gold, and she does indeed feed everybody. And then when I met Webb, he came out to Nicodemus because I live in historic Nicodemus. I retired and I moved out there because I needed to make sure our community was going to survive. And Erin, that was up here, she and a team from K-State are working with us to preserve that history and to get that project all done for us. So there's those connections. But I also thought of this most interesting man from Missouri that is wanting to connect and got me involved with Farm Action Group and wanted me to do flyovers. And I said, during pandemic, I'm not flying over anything but my living room couch. And so we did it via Zoom. And so introducing me to legislation and that sort of thing. And this is a real farmer. And so I said, the base of that tree, this is a metaphor, so you got to picture it in your head, right? The base of that tree has to come from the farmer. And then I thought, Donna, we can't do anything without Donna McClish because she has grabbed this by the horn and she'll talk about her 80-year-old farm that her parents started and how it's been swallowed up by Wichita, but they're still standing, and what the great projects that she's doing. And then I said, of course, I'm going to do what Emily and Aubrey told me to do, and that's get Ryan. And I actually got to go out to his farm, and what he is doing absolutely blew me away. He's going to make sure that that next generation, and where's his better half, the cute one? Yeah, over here, over here. She should be up here too, because it was her call that got me involved with them. And I want to do more, and we've received some grants to do some things. Now the roots, they look ugly because we had to sharecrop. We came over as slaves. And in the early 2000s, I had my notes up here, they're gone. In the early 20th century, thousands and thousands and thousands of black farmers. We're talking in the hundreds of thousands that had farms. In 2022, maybe about 14,000 in the entire United States. What has happened to our black farmers? In 1983, a black farmer out of Nicodemus, Kansas, watched and made record of how the USDA dismantled his farm, cut his wheat crop, took it, wrote to then President Reagan, and he says, I want to discuss these unfair practices. And that was the start. But, not. Okay, all right. We're not going to do that. We're going to talk about how we have managed to locate boots, put them on, even if they're the wrong size, and move forward. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. But if you've got an organization, I'll be happy to come and talk to you about all this other stuff, you know? And the American Rescue Plan, okay, all right. It's not rescuing anybody, okay? But I'd be happy to talk at some other time about that. But right now, I need you to know what we're doing. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Webb Davis. And he's all organized. I'm not. I had notes that closed down on me. But we're going to give you Webb, and he can introduce himself.
Hello, I'm Webster Davis. Can the people in the back pews hear me? Yeah. In the last 100 years, we've lost land and opportunities. Access to markets is an issue that remains unto this day. Without access to markets, all farmers labor in vain. Therefore, I'm proud to be a senior policy advisor at Farm Action. At Farm Action, we understand that discrimination against black farmers, indigenous communities, and people of color are symptoms of the same extractive mindset that degrades the land, abuses animals, traps rural communities in cycles of poverty and social strife. We cannot solve one of these issues without considering all of them. We can only achieve a more just food system by considering each issue, elevating the work of groups experiencing hardships, and generating solutions on the ground, and developing a common narrative that brings these diverse stakeholders together. There is a minority registry that lists the various minority farmers in the United States. This information needs to be available to community-based organizations. The USDA has this registry, and they don't seem to want to share it. Community-based organizations need to be brought into the fold of USDA to enhance the ability to work together. We must champion the common good and have knowledge of federal, state, and local regulations that hinder our success. All marginalized farmers face the same basic hurdle. Our labor being exploited and our profit potential being extracted by large national and multinational companies. In politics, it is often said that you're either at the table or you're on the menu. It seems that the programs for black farmers are often on the menu. Black farmers must understand the importance of planting the political seeds along with the seeds that go into the ground. We must re-innovate our efforts to ensure profitability and sustainability of future generation of black farmers. If the purchasing power of the USDA and various summer feeding programs money were being spent with black farmers, they could be profitable. We must bring the SNAP program into a healthy food program and profitability program for independent, small and medium farmers. We have allowed national and multinational corporations to gain the lion's share of this market while putting small farmers out of institutional markets. We must be cognizant of the fact that many farm-to-school programs are being controlled by local corporations that control the school lunch programs. We must be allowed to figure out how to create the rules, regulations that ensure that black farmers have a seat at the table and fair opportunity to these markets. One place where there seems to be a lack of black food companies is within the prison systems. Really? Yes, two of these things, the school district that was in 10 miles of my home, I'm in central Missouri. The company that runs, that operates the local school, they're located in Quincy, Illinois. You'd have to go 100 miles backwards to get food 10 miles down the road. And then there's one large produce company that controls the feeding of 31,000 prisoners in the state of Missouri. Yes. When one understands that one farmer in one state can produce and process 20,000 chickens for profit and another farmer in a different state can only produce and process 1,000 chickens for profit, you begin to understand the inconsistency and discrimination against small farmers across this country. You take a chicken, if you get $5 profit off each chicken, then you man raise 20,000, make $100,000. He can actually afford to help some school kid. The other guy, he ain't gonna have no money when he's done. College food laws need to be universal and allow the family farmer to profit from adding value to their products on the farm and in the home while maintaining the health and safety of the food buying public. SNAP benefits need to be modified to allow the recipients to buy healthy food at the farm gate. The future of black farmers will be determined by the ability to innovate and participate in such efforts as building an internet-based cooperative to effectively market the production of black farmers and state-based black farm groups such as the Kansas Black Farmers or the new North Florida Cooperative. Well, it would help. This I'm confident they can innovate. It is up to everyone to ensure they can participate. The National Black Farmers Association program needs our whole support. We need to acknowledge that the needs of all blacks rest with the access of fair markets and the availability of food. We need to press forward with forming agricultural committees within the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, bringing in the largest civil rights organization to monitor and ensure that the needs of African American farmers at the forefront of the rules, regulation, and legislation is a strong step toward justice. We will either work together today or suffer the consequences tomorrow and for future generations. The future of all marginalized farmers depends upon networking, marketing, and branding. Networking, the process of gathering together to work with a common goal. Marketing, the poor, we start planting and raising livestock, hoping for a place to sell our products that we have invested our capital, blood, sweat, and oil into. We need to network and market. Without these, we have labored in vain. Branding is the ability to tell our story so well that others seek out our production. With the advent of technology and social media marketing, we should have no unsold production. The tools are at our disposal, yet we seem content to let others gain the lion's share of the marketplace, even when it comes to feeding our children in the local school program. We must understand that change will not be quick, but inaction will not bring change. The most important thing for the future of black farmers in America is that we make and establish a plan and that we act with purpose. Without plan and purpose, there will be no change for the black farmer. With the work and efforts of many individuals and groups, we have had recent successes. The Justice for Black Farmers Act was written to provide equity, and the USDA Equity Commission is built off the work of Farm Action and other aligned groups. Current legislation in the Inflation Reduction Act includes provision for USDA to ensure underserved producers have resources, tools, programs, and technical support to succeed. Other programs are intended to fund cooperative agreements or grants for projects that help move underserved producers from struggling to thriving. The renewed push for urban agriculture relies on the same issue and the same starting place. It all starts with being at the roots. We have always been at the roots, the black farmer experience. It needs to be recognized that the history of the African American farmer starts before slavery. Africans were eating and farming before slavery. The skills were transported across an ocean and nurtured through harsh conditions. Today, both urban and rural African American farmers need access to land and capital with an appropriate technical assistance. In urban communities, we need to consider allowing individuals and groups to work city lots and those who maintain an income level of $10,000 per lot for a period of 3 to 5 years, getting the land deeded to them. In rural areas, we need to reestablish a way to connect the youth with the land. Asian farmers and eaters need fresh, healthy food. And on a side note, as a kid, when I was growing up, there was always summer work bucking hay. And, you know, the advent of that big hay baler that puts 50 bales in one bale, the kids don't have no work. Now, here's the funny thing. If you went out and bucked hay all day, you didn't go and get in no mischief. You were too tired. You know, the old folks had a secret they didn't tell us. They worked the mischief out of you, you know. Today we could do the same thing with a crop called strawberries. You know, by the time a kid bends over and picks enough strawberries, they won't go out and get no trouble. No, your juvenile officer won't have nothing to do. Yeah. But at Farm Action, we have an eye toward next year's Farm Bill. We've set out 4 pillars for change. Pillar 2 is justice for all. Farm Action, Farm Bill Handbook, Pillar 2, justice for all. Top priorities are equitable access to USDA programs, technical support through BIPAC-led organizations, maintain and grow set-asides for USDA programs, increase transparency and accountability in USDA oversight, equitable funding to HBCUs and tribal colleges. The state of Lincoln University in Jeff City, Missouri sold millions by the state of Missouri under the 1890 land grant match program. And this thing has went across the nation. The USDA knows that the state think give them the money they should be given. But the next year they go after the same thing. Now, on a side note, what is stupidity? Is it doing the same thing over and over again? Insanity, okay. Yeah, what's the deal? And we need to, we need equitable representation of BIPAC farmers on government boards, invest in socially disadvantaged farmers, debt repayment of USDA loans is addressing the Inflation Reduction Act, improve capital credit access, credit assistance, and succession planning. I hope you will join us as we plan and act with purpose on behalf of America's black farmers.
Yes. Oh my goodness. So the base of the tree has been already built. He's built it. This is good. This is good. Now we're going to move up into that trunk of the tree. You know, that's where you really stand. And so I'm going to have Donna introduce herself.
Wow. Mr. Davis, I have some talking points that I need to get from you. I'm Donna Pearson McClish, CEO of Common Ground Producers and Growers Mobile Market and Mobile Food Hub. And we operate out of Wichita, Kansas, and we serve Sedgwick, Harvey, Butler, and Saline counties. We're just expanding into Saline County with Dr. Smith and Kansas Wesleyan University. So you'll be seeing us. And like Dr. Holmes, I'm an educator, so I'm going to kind of sit on my seat if I get up, you know. What Common Ground does is we work with a network of growers that help us grow, and we move food to places that don't have access to fresh, healthy food. My parents bought a farm 54 years ago in Wichita, so we are the first largest urban farm in that area. And I don't know if some of you saw the clippings. Governor Kelly was out doing a tour, September the 3rd of the farm, and she visited one of our locations where we set up. So what the mobile market does is we gather the food, we get our trucks and our vans, we put the food in the trucks and the vans, and we take them to HUD housing, senior housing, low-income families, so those places that do not have access to fresh, healthy food. How many of you know what a food desert is? Food apartheid, food insecurity. We began to tackle the issue in 2014 when my brothers asked me, what are we going to do with the produce that we have left over? And me being the oldest of 12 that always has a solution, 8 brothers, I thought, we'll just start a farmer's market. So my intent was to start the market on one Saturday a month from 8 to 12. People come out and buy, and you know, just kind of laid back, nothing serious. So the other issue I have is saying no. So a colleague of mine asked me if I could bring the produce to her location. They got senior market vouchers. How many of you are familiar with senior market vouchers? USDA is giving our seniors market vouchers to use at farmers markets, and there's no markets in their areas. So, yeah. So 2014, she asked me if I could bring the food to Shady Way. It was our first center. We loaded up what we had in a 2001, we started with a 1999 Pontiac two-door. Okay, then we went to a 2001 Odyssey Honda van. We were really doing good. Load up all the produce that we had, and we worked with one grower and took it to Shady Way, set it up outside. The rest is history. CPAAA called and said, we've been trying to solve this problem for 2 years. I have a committee working on it. And I said, so what do you want us to do? She said, I want you to go to additional senior centers. And I said, okay, we'll do that. So we went from 7 to 11, and in the last years, we've been doing 35 senior sites, plus multiple locations, and we do online phone ordering, and we do all of that. COVID exposed what we already knew about our food system, that it was very vulnerable. But our most vulnerable population, seniors and children, suffer the most because of this. And seniors have been our focus, but we've expanded our focus to include families, children, churches. We're out and about everywhere. During COVID, when a farmer plants and harvests, we were accustomed to having a downtime. We, December, January, we can plant, we can plan, we can kind of work the ground and take it easy, take a vacation. COVID changed that. So during COVID, we moved food and partnered with our community partners for the Farmers to Families food boxes. How many of you are familiar with those? Those were sponsored by USDA. We moved with our partners about 1 million pounds of food. And that gave us a glimpse into the real need, because we could be driving down the street and my program advisor would stop and ask people, do you have food? And they would say no. So we'd give them a box of food. People would follow us in their cars to get boxes of food. The food issue is real in America, but it doesn't have to be like this. We're slowly making changes. I was in Washington, D.C. last week, or week before. We're working with the National Farmers Union on the 2023 Farm Bill. We have to start now contacting our legislators and those powers that be, so this 2023 Farm Bill can reflect the needs of farmers and agriculture. There's a shift from big ag, which we've had for many years, to urban agriculture. I'm an urban agriculturist. We have to have urban ag in order to feed communities. We can't take a load of wheat and drop it in somebody's yard. We have to have that processed so we can use it. So with that, urban ag is important because the local farmer has the ability to impact his community. We believe at Common Ground several things. One, that we have to pay the farmer an equitable wage. He can no longer make 14 cents on a dollar. That is beyond, that is unheard of. I mean, that's just ridiculous. The average farmer makes 14 cents on a dollar of all the things that he produces on the average. So we have to give our farmers an equitable wage. That means we have to maintain the cost, the end cost to our customer so they can afford it. So let me go back to the senior market vouchers. There's a book of six $5 vouchers that they were giving the seniors to take to the farmer's market. They didn't have a farmer's market. So that's how the mobile market came into existence. In 2014, USDA didn't know anything about mobile markets. So when I called to get my SNAP and all that stuff, they said, you can't be a mobile market. Yeah, yes, we are a mobile market. We move food. So that was quite, an experience. But they're getting it. They're getting it. So the senior market vouchers in 2018 or 19, we raised the amount of the seniors spending their vouchers 218%. The greatest need for getting food to where it needs to be is you have to take it to them. There is no way most of our families can access fresh, healthy food. You have to take it to them. We've learned that. So the senior market vouchers, USDA increased them. They went from $30 a book to $35. That's wonderful. It shows that it's working. Our system is working. We've got to pay our farmers an equitable wage. We've got to keep the cost of fresh produce to our end customer where they can afford it. Yes. So our motto, our mission at Common Ground is and I'm not going to take too much more time, all are fed and no one is hungry. So if someone comes to our mobile market stand and they say, well, I don't have any money, one of our staff may say, is this your first time at the market? They say, yes, this is your lucky day. Pick out whatever you want. Really? Pick out whatever you want. We will not allow a person to leave the mobile market without something in their hands. So we have to keep the cost on the customers in equitable. They don't shop at Whole Foods. SNAP is, I believe, 85% of the farm bill, SNAP dollars. Those dollars need to go to fresh, healthy food. If we have farmers, when we have farmers in local communities going back to growing food for their local community, we're going to have healthy farmers, we're going to have healthy communities, we're going to have healthy cities, we're going to have a healthy country. But the farmer has to go back to what he was originally purposed to do, grow food for his community. Yeah. And we got to pay him. Yeah. We got to pay him. I want to leave you a couple of thoughts. Food is important to the infrastructure as roads, bridges, broadband, all of that other stuff. It is critical. You've got to have good food so you can have healthy people. The other thing is food has to be a policy issue, not a profit issue. When we begin to look at food as a necessity, as the hierarchy of needs, as the mainstay of healthy families, then we can move forward from this system that is monopolized and conglomerates and all of that. Slowly, that's, whether you realize it or not, that system is slowly eroding. Because I have nothing against the big ag. However, the urban and rural food desert areas have to be supported by local farmers growing local, healthy, good food, paid an equitable wage, getting food to people that need the food. Thank you.
So my leg is getting stiff, so we're going to stand up, everybody stand up. Okay. You're standing on the foundation, the root. Okay, your feet, we gave you that trunk, your legs, we've given you that part. Now close your eyes and raise your hands to the sky. Wiggle your fingers. That's what Ryan is going to give you. Leaves on the tree. Leaves on that tree. Okay, sit down.
Thank you, everybody, for participating in that little much needed stretch and breath break. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. There's not much I should even add. I mean, after Mr. Davis and Ms. Donna, other than some wild speculations about where we're headed, which is the future. And also my name is Ryan, by the way. Sankara Farm is the name of the farm that I'm at. It's on the Kansas City, Missouri side. And I'm also an artist. I'm an artist on the farm, and so Agro-Art is a community-based organization that its task is radical socio-ecological intervention strategies, because the ecology includes human and non-human community, and so this putting the sociological into its proper place as part of the ecology of the cycles and the soil that we're on is kind of how I add art into the other cultural work that's happening on the farm. But yeah, so in that vein, there's a lot of art education, reimagining the way we look at ourselves and our relationship to land and time. A lot of stuff that Omar talked about earlier is remnants, vestiges, impositions and usurpation. These are some of the terms that I just wrote down in my notes. And that get to we can see the similarities between native species, indigenous foodways, and then the usurpation and imposition of modernity, modern agriculture, And there's the socio or the sociological is something that is for me kind of sticking out. I was going to make a joke about how many red hats are there in the crowd, because we all know there's been a rise of a certain type of I don't want to say invasive weed or noxious species, but we can identify it's when it seeds, it puts on a red hat, and those seeds kind of can germinate, But then it makes me, as a farmer, it's like, well, then what's happening with the soil, Is this fertile ground for, we'll just call it these red seeds to germinate, Not to be confused with, other red things, and so it also got me, the remnants and perenniality, the cycles and seasons. It got me thinking about Billie Holiday and a song she sings. I'm sure we all know this song, "Strange Fruit." And so she's also singing about the soil, the blood, the bones, the tears that make this fertile ground for things like red hats to grow. That's a code word for fascism, So, because it should be said, because I've been asked to speak at a lot of groups over the past couple years, and it's the cycles of time and seasons, and there's a dimension of feeling and compassion and empathy that we all feel here, but there's also TPUSA, and there's the inverse sort of the red hat crowd, and there's another type of they have the music and the lasers and and there is a really groundswell, that kind of we can look at our election results, we can look at our school board meetings, we can look at our grocery stores, and we can see the evidence of this type of the fruiting of this denial of life, as a way to phrase it. But so yeah, Billie Holiday and this strange fruit. What is it? What is this? How do we grow something different, in the future to make sure there's not going to be like 2020, basically a bumper crop of strange fruit, strange. It was a bumper crop, police killings of civilians, and it kind of hit our national psyche, and it produced this this grant language, this historically underserved farmers and BIPOC communities, and it's interesting that what struggle can allow to germinate. It's kind of like when we cultivate the soil, when we add compost to the soil, add organic matter to the soil, when we care about the soil, some things that there's a reciprocity that can occur, and then we can achieve things like food security, and then aspire to something like food sovereignty, or sovereignty, however y'all want to, Because and food sovereignty is one of the, I guess, the evolutions of sort of my engagement with the food movement. I've been farming for about 10, 15 years. And I started out just volunteering on school gardens because, food insecurity and the realization that our youth, specifically, black youth, whose grandparents were farmers, sharecroppers, whose grandmothers kept seeds, heirloom tomatoes, worked in kitchens, how they were so disconnected from land and soil and their own grandmother's, seeds and practices. Not all of them, but it's, you get them in a school environment and we start to forget real quick, but then you get them outside in the schoolyard garden and the memories start to return. That leads me into one of my, so Return to Generation Farmer is one of the projects that we just started, which involves Mr. Webb and Ms. JohnElla. Dr. JohnElla. We're trying to kind of make believe that, or I guess to use the phrase, to usurp the colonial border between Missouri and Kansas. Because there's a lot of funding support that comes on the Missouri side, and the maternal mortality rate in the Kansas side is one of the worst in the world, And so if we could work together, Missouri Department of Ag would help support food distribution, production across this border that was just completely arbitrary, So that's one Returning Generation Farmer is going to help to just, sow some seeds for a future where we can, have an organization that straddles both sides of the state. And it's specifically for Returning Generation Black farmers. Because the conversation that I have with a lot of youth when we walk the fields goes straight to slavery. It's like, and like Mr. Webb was saying before, we can just hop in our magic school bus time machines and go back to Cleopatra, and her using worms, vermicomposting and Kemet, and the whole that other fertile Crescent. It's not Crescent, but it's the fertile valley where agriculture has deep roots. But yeah, we're doing some soil science too. So the farmer. I guess there's a phrase. People's protagonism, that is a phrase that I picked up on a trip to Cuba, which was one of my, turned so many lights on in my field as far as sustainable agriculture. I got the chance to go to Cuba in 2014, and as far as the future of agriculture, the future of modernity, the capacity of modern societies, modern industrial societies to produce food, just to check out Cuba. In 1990, the Soviet Union collapses, and everybody who had a tractor stopped using it, And so animal traction, urban agriculture, growing food where people are, the federal subsidies, everything that Mr. Webb Davis read in outlining what a food land reform bill should look like, it took place, And so everything from being able to go to your doctor, which is universal medicine, and they'll give you a prescription to go to your farmer and get not only medicine, but not only food, but medicinal herbs, And since it's a place like Cuba, their deep ties to the land, it's food, medicinal, and spiritual plants, because it's a tight synthesis that doesn't exist just in Cuba. It's part because that agrarian. Those agrarian roots and agrarian tradition exist not all over the planet. We are terrestrial people, but the what I like to call the Upper Caribbean, where we are in Kansas City, because from New Orleans, Memphis, Chicago, St. Louis, up to Toronto, you can get Jamaican food and collard greens and gumbo. And it's probably they're probably related too, But all throughout this region, there's just such deep roots of an agrarian history. So as far as the soil science, we got a grant to basically extend the work of George Washington Carver, and that's my patron saint of sustainable agriculture. and being a protagonist, being able to produce knowledge for yourself, not relying on the whoever's funding the agricultural extension, be it Bayer, Monsanto, Syngenta, but we can produce knowledge for ourselves. We can look through microscope, and we can also use our traditional ways of knowing soil, tasting, smelling, feeling, and we can get a microscope, run it through it, and show some kids, which is what we're doing. And there's other stuff related to that grant with spectrometry, using light to determine soil type. I'm not sure how long I can keep talking. I can keep talking all day, y'all. So the soil science, the returning generation farmer. What else am I missing? Well, since I'm an artist, I'm always making, we're doing a fundraiser today for so Sankara Farm has taken a delegation of black farmers from Kansas City to Atlanta to the Black Urban Growers Conference. And Black Urban Growers Conference is one of the largest gatherings of black farmers in the country. So to be exact, how many black farmers there are in Missouri, 207 is what the 2017 census data says. And I made this little zine. I made it before I knew I was going to give this talk. It's called The Black Agrarian Future. Takes root among the stars. And it's a little ode to some science fiction writer, Octavia Butler. But so yeah, and it starts, with the history. Because there weren't always 207 black farmers in Missouri. I looked up the 1860 census, and there was 3,944, and so, it makes me a little bit pessimistic about temporal progress, or it makes me a little bit more firmly grounded in sort of a non-temporality, a displacement of time. And so, and so we can add a whole lot more to that number, if I could host a meeting like this at Sankara Farm in a couple of years, which is it's kind of one of the motivating factors behind applying for all these grants is building an organization that can dedicate itself to us not disappearing, essentially,
Okay, I think they're going to do question and answer, but I'm just mesmerized by you right now. Did you talk about the fundraiser? Yeah. No.
It's happening right now in Kansas City. And Simra donated, thank you. Simra's up from Kansas City, thank you. But yeah, we're going to Atlanta October 15th through the 17th, and we'll be able to meet more black farmers than there are in the state of Missouri. So it's like a opportunity we can't pass up, And so Sankara Farm's Instagram is probably the best way to find out. Sankara, and that is a name. That's the name of a person, Thomas Sankara. He was the president of Burkina Faso, country in West Africa, 1984 to 1987. He was a revolutionary. He was just a really extremely progressive thinker as far as gender equality in a revolutionary context. You can still see the gender parity in Burkina Faso is very much better than in this country. This country that just, the Supreme Court just denied, rights to have its citizens. But anyway, so Thomas Sankara was just a revolutionary and planted a bunch of trees, and he's been an inspiration to the farm as far as daring to imagine another world, which thankfully there's not enough. How much? I'm not organizing the fundraiser. our travel funds is what we're trying to raise. It's about 2,000. Yeah.
So send your donations to or Cash App or what?
There's you can just come up to me and talk. I'll talk to you. But also, yeah, sankarafarm.com is the website, and there's a donation button on the website. I forgot. There's also a lot of great video and stuff on the website. You can also buy some art too. Yes. Like, yeah.
Do what? We're ready for some questions.
All right. Again, the ground rules for questions. Please wait till you get a microphone because we want to make sure that we get questions on the feed. We have about 12 minutes for questions, so if you could be succinct in the question that you ask, and we will do our best to run wherever we can to get a mic to you. We're going to start on this side. Anyone with a question for any of the panel members? On this side. First dibs, yes.
Thank you for everything you shared with us today. My partner, who unfortunately is the first one she couldn't be here at, is teaching an African American literature class at a community college in Lincoln, Nebraska next semester. And I would like to know if there is some literature about your struggles and some of your lives, and what would be, can you help me with this?
There's a book called Freedom Farmers. It talked about what most people don't understand is in the civil rights movement, to discourage when they arrested people, they would make the local black farmer put up his land, and that way they would have to show back up. I mean, you look at 1957 Alabama, they outlawed and were going to arrest all the members of the NAACP. So that's one of the reasons that they were very cautious of not giving out all rolls. But Freedom Farmers is a book, and those other books of that. Actually, even I'm not a big fan of Amazon because they chase out the small bookstore, but they do have a lot of books, and the history's out there. And some of your 1890 land grant, there was about a 12-page report on land grant but unequal, and it will tell you about the struggles that a lot of how research money is not divvied up correctly.
Fantastic. A question from this side. Way back in the back. Way back. Back corner.
And while he's getting there, you can go to our website, commongroundpg.com, commongroundpaulgirl.com, and it gives you a history of what we've done and how we farmed for the last 54 years.
Can y'all hear me? Mm-hmm. So, sorry, back to the fundraiser. You said you only need $2,000? So that's like 100 people giving y'all $20, right? Has anybody got a hat to pass around?
Amen. There you go. There you go.
No, I wanted to ask you, yeah, we were talking earlier about music and food justice and that. Can you tell me what's your favorite song that deals with food?
Oh wow, that's a good question. I mean, you named a good one, Dead Prez, Stay Healthy. That deals with food. I talked about one earlier, Billie Holiday. That's, who eats that though, Wow, you got one? Yeah, there's a vegan Thanksgiving rap that's been remixed. It gets remixed almost every Thanksgiving, which is dope.
Thank you all so much for what you've shared so far. I thought that the Justice for Black Farmers bill was, this is Senator Booker's bill, and I can't remember who his co-sponsor was, but I thought it was gaining momentum there for a little bit, and ultimately it hasn't been voted on or brought to the floor or anything like that. And so do y'all think that any of those provisions are still alive and may make it into the next farm bill, or do y'all think that that legislation may appear somewhere else in the future?
Thank you for that question. If I understand it correctly, is the Justice for Black Farmer Farm Bill and the revisions. You've seen some of them get in the Inflation Reduction Act, and see the American Rescue Act, Section 1006, was stopped in court. No, 1005. 1005 was okay, but it was stopped. The provisions were stopped in court. So then you have to reword it, and so that it'll pass muster in the courtroom. And you know, you got to understand that those who oppose us, the large corporations and all that, they're not unprepared, and they're not underfunded. You know, just because, and they're not uneducated. Just because they're against us don't make them dumb. You know, they're slick. But so then we have to like work on the farm bill and put it in under the farm bill and bring it in under different sections. You know, hate to say it, but continuing resolutions. You know, sometimes you got to use them, and that's why I say that the African American and marginalized farmer has to be just as crafty as the other side. You know, as Nelson Rockefeller said in the 1970s, they asked him about, you know, money and influence. He said, well, I got 3 people called me. One person, she has a problem, but she has no money. I got another person that calls me. Then I got a businessman that gave me $200,000 at my last campaign. Now, which one of these 3 people is my staff going to tell me to call? You know, because the staff has already filtered who gets through. So a lot of times, and we love the work of Senator Booker. A lot of times he's worked well with Farm Action and other things and listened to us. But you got to learn that it's not just Senator Booker, it's his staff, like Adam and the other people that actually work. It's just as important to be kind and nice to them as it is the other people, because you're going to be sent right back down to that person that you met, that receptionist at the front door. So you got to be kind to everybody when you're in Washington, D.C. or the state.
I know Donna has just been in D.C. working on the Farm Bill, and we also are working with Rural Coalition to make sure that some of that is made sure that it's put in the proposal for the Farm Bill 2023. I also know that we have a group that is working with Gildebrand on trying to get some of that verbiage in there too. And so we're working, and we need you all. Is there something you want to add about that? Oh, okay. All right.
So is this on? Okay. So this is a question for Donna McClish, but it actually kind of follows up on what you were saying, Dr. Holmes, and maybe others can comment on this as well. So I'm from Friends University down in Wichita. We know a lot of the same people at the Health and Wellness Coalition and
my alma mater.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the shout out. I feel as though, you know, so there's a lot of emphasis on, you know, making certain that the local interests, particularly minority interests, are included in these plans that are developing. And I take a look around Wichita, and maybe other people here can look around their own cities, and they see, yeah, there's been some real progress lately. I mean, I'm thinking about the Food Master Plan in Wichita and the proposed Farm Food Council and whatnot. But I'm also listening to what you're saying, and I'm thinking to myself, has Common Grounds been included? I mean, is a lot of this movement being driven by, you know, the usual, you know, upper middle class educated, college educated people that don't have a lot of connection to, you know, the populations that Common Grounds is serving? You know, is there a real reason to think that these things that we see happening maybe in some of our own cities to try to bring local producers and farmers markets into the mix is actually excluding the people that have unfortunately historically been excluded a lot of the times. So if you have any thoughts about that, I'd be interested to hear them.
So what I hear you saying is that we have a lot of plans in the works, a lot of studies in the works, but we don't have any action in the works. And I'm not against studies or against plans, but we have to begin to, we know the issue, food insecurity. So we have to begin to put those plans into action and include the people at the table that need to be at the table. So I think we're getting better at it. I think we're getting better at it.
Okay, Q.
Let me just add, if it had not been for Aubrey contacting me several years ago and wanting to bring us to the table, we wouldn't have known about the Land Institute and been a partner with them. And whatever we need and letters of support and programming and that sort of thing, they have been inclusive. And that is what's going to help change us with social justice and equity, is having more partners like that. Now, they have to have a bigger lunchbox for me when I leave in order for us to continue to support them. But I'm going to end on us saying this. The one common thread among all of us is land access and having that. You need to go to his web because Ryan didn't nearly do his farm justice and what they're doing out there. It is amazing. Go to visit his farm, pass that hat. If it gets over 2,000, don't worry about it. He's got children's programs that money will go to, so you don't have to worry about that. But don't leave here without finding out how you can help fund them in their program. When legislators and legislation, did we cut the mic? Okay, all right, because I was about to start preaching there, Reverend. Okay, then you need to contact, you've got a new contact, Webb Davis, that will walk you through the policy and how you can support us. Because if I farm, guess what? You eat. If I got land and I can farm, then you'll have cotton for your shirts. And I want you to also know that the USDA, they're trying to really sincerely do some things. Okay, all right. They're really trying to do some things to support socially disadvantaged farmers. And that doesn't always just look like me. So those things are really out there to help, and we have some exciting news on grants that will help. And but it starts with partners being bold enough, strong enough, and in the right mind to help us. Yes, it does. Common Ground in 2020. During the pandemic, we were one of 7 awardees across the United States for the Urban Ag Implementation Project grants. That was a shot in the arm for us. And the reason we can do those grants is because we have partners. And I first learned of the Land Institute meeting with KWU this past February. So what I'd like to see is those of us with like minds come together and share information and communication, because I don't know if you're aware of it, underserved farmers don't get this kind of information. A lot of times they don't have websites. A lot of times they're very rural. They don't have broadband. They don't have time to write grants. Farmers don't have time to write grants. We just don't, but we do. We have to get a communication system that is strong enough so we all know what's coming down the pike. We know that the Biden administration is bringing money in to fuse money in while they can into agriculture. We need to be accessing those funds so everybody can eat. Because what will happen is if there's some people not eating, then that will start to wear and tear into what you eat
and what I eat and what everybody else eats. So we've got to learn to bring the farmer back to work, pay him, and we've got to get food where it needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. For those of you sticking around, let's talk more. I know JohnElla is going to eat some food and leave. Thank you very much. It is lunchtime, so we all get to eat. I want to tell you that we have a value at the Land Institute about curiosity. So I just invite you to explore while you eat. There are things that might draw you in. And we come back at 1:45. So don't be late.
saw Bethel College around, someone I knew from there. This is just the part of the programming where we use the sound of my voice to draw people in. They're walking, they're eating, some of them are still in line at the food trucks. You know what? We wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't provide you the sense of that there is a constraint. There are limits. There are constraints upon us, and we can deal. We can make it through. The grace will bring us through. I see Kevin, our loyal front rowist. Hello. I hope you got food. All right. Shall we just go?
Before we go, okay, I just want to tell you one thing.
We're 2 minutes late.
We are 2 minutes late. We're going. It's just a slow go. Hello, everyone. It's so wonderful to see all your faces. I'm Emily Ryan. I wanted to introduce you to what we're calling an installation, but it's really an invitation. And it happens in the horse trailer. Some of you have noticed that there's a horse trailer right here, freshly painted and restored by Wes Jackson and the magical people that he finds to come work with him. And he would love to tell you that story, I know. So inside the horse trailer is a table with 2 typewriters, 2 chairs facing one another, and instructions, or invitation. One of the things that Wes says is that to possibly distract us from our habit of Walmart or Walmart-like shopping at Walmart, is to tell one another something wonderfully interesting. And often we begin the day in ecosphere studies in the classroom with either tell me something wonderfully interesting or let me tell you something wonderfully interesting. So you're invited to do the same. And the instructions are all there for you to follow, and then you can take it where you wish. And then that will play a role in tomorrow's program. So we do encourage you, if you feel inspired and moved, please make 10, 15 minutes to go and do that. And you can use the typewriters or handwrite. I will say, be gentle on the typewriters and go slow. That's the whole point. Okay, without further ado, I think it's time for you to introduce our research updates. Thank you, everyone.
Excellent. I've been told by some that one of the things that they like about the Land Institute is that we don't just sit around in a barn thinking about things. We're actually doing something. And that something is developing a diverse perennial agro-ecosystem to feed humans in particular. And so what's going to happen next is you're going to hear from the brilliant people who are doing that. You're only going to hear from a couple of them because there are today so many of them that if you heard from all of them, and if they told you everything that they're doing, we would be here until midnight and Paul Winter would not be able to entertain us. So we're going to hear a selection from our chief scientist, Tim Cruz, who is also the director of our new international program, and from Aubrey Strike-Krug, who is the director of the Ecosphere, there's that word again, studies program here at the Land Institute. And they'll give you a summary of generally what's going on. And then you're going to go back out onto the landscape, and you're going to touch and feel the work of the perennial future that's happening here in a real way, and you even get to taste some of it. So I hope you all got signed up for that experience after this. So I invite to the stage, who's first? Tim Cruz. Oh, is that right? Oh, you're all coming up. Okay, both of them, Tim and Aubrey.
Thank you all. We also will be joined by Allison Miller when she gets her food, wherever she is. If you're out there, Allison, I've got a chair for you up here. And we are actually going to ask you to think a little bit more for at least 14 minutes before we get into just listing some of the cool things that have happened in the last 3 years. But I do want to express just how wonderful it is to see you all here in this barn on the third day of fall, perched above the Smoky Hill River. It's just awesome. And as with the case in previous decades, as Rachel said, in previous Prairie festivals, Saturday afternoon is a time set aside for the researchers of the Land Institute to share with all you guests what we have been up to. Normally, this is not an easy assignment when we are trying to cover just 1 year as opposed to 3. And as many of you know, normally there are more than 3 people on this stage, Allison being here. That's because we're trying a new approach to the research review. Less time listening to us at the podium and more time interacting with the crew of ambitious and dedicated researchers outside in their natural habitat. There are both scheduled plot tours as well as program-specific stations that will be sprinkled across the TLI campus. And after the 3 of us offer some opening remarks, we'll provide a few more details on how this afternoon's program will actually work. So to kick off this research update, I'm going to start with the big picture, as some say about 30,000 feet. Then I'll make my way down to the ground, and then after that, Aubrey's going to take us underground. When I think of what has transpired since September 2019, all of the advances, setbacks, milestones, challenges, at its core, the work we're doing and the mission that motivates it have largely remained the same. But it doesn't really feel the same. And I've examined this feeling. I think that our world feels different because the context surrounding the work has changed considerably. COVID-19, the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, the rise of authoritarian actors and rampant disinformation, and the shift from climate change being likely to what is verging on scientific consensus that many extreme weather patterns we are experiencing today are directly tied to anthropogenic sources of greenhouse gases. Does this startling shift in context change how we think about the long-term work of developing perennial grain agroecosystems? It turns out you can't really answer this question without delving into a larger fundamental question. Under what circumstances would perennial grain agroecosystems contribute to the sustainability and coherency of human societies as well as natural systems? Or put another way, under what circumstances would perennial grain agriculture help reconcile the human economy with nature's economy? 2 books have recently been released, both written by authors I respect a great deal when it comes to thinking about the future. One is by Canadian geographer Vaclav Smil, maybe most famous for pointing out that about half of humans alive today owe their existence to the Haber-Bosch synthesis of nitrogen fertilizer, sort of a niche famous. Smil's latest book boasts the humble title, How the World Really Works. I'm not sure if anyone's characterized any of Smil's books as being uplifting. Honestly brutal, or brutally honest? I mean, it's a little slip. Yes, but not uplifting. That is, until his work is considered alongside this second book that looks into the future. And that is An Inconvenient Apocalypse, written by our own Wes Jackson, President Emeritus of the Land Institute, and Bob Jensen, Professor Emeritus at the University of Texas. Did I say Professor Emeritus? President Emeritus. In their accounts of the future, none of these authors think we can turn climate change around anytime soon. SMIL, because we have profoundly underestimated how fundamentally and existentially dependent we are on 4 key fossil fuel-based pillars of society: cement, steel, ammonia, or nitrogen fertilizer, and plastic, all of which have gigantic carbon footprints and none of which have adequate non-carbon-based substitutes. Jackson and Jensen agree with SMIL's analysis. In part of Wes's art exhibition out here behind the barn here at the festival, these 4 pillars of society are on display. We might even refer to them as the 4 horses of the apocalypse. That's my wife Sarah's, not mine, or Wes. But Jackson and Jensen would not claim that it is the embeddedness of these 4 fossil fuel-based pillars of society that are to blame for our inability to turn climate change around. Rather, the 4 pillars are simply the latest manifestation of what might be called an evolutionary hangover, where the instinctual drive to appropriate carbon energy, drive that is shared by all animals, deeply curtails our ability to, in the words of Nancy Reagan, just say no to carbon. These 2 interpretations of why the human economy is discordant with nature's economy, not surprisingly, translate into different predictions about the future. Both involve pretty rough rapids ahead, and both think population will play an outsized role in where we end up. But SMIL's forecast is decidedly open-ended, somewhat boring, and to some, very believable, at least for decades to come. Quoting SMIL, Vaclav Smil, being agnostic about the distant future means being honest. We have to admit the limits of our understanding, approach all planetary challenges with humility, and recognize that advances, setbacks, and failures will all continue to be part of our evolution, and there can be no assurance of, however defined, ultimate success, no arrival at any singularity. But as long as we use our accumulated understanding with determination and perseverance, there will also not be an early end of days. The future will emerge from our accomplishments and failures, and while we might be clever and lucky enough to foresee some of its forms and features, the whole remains elusive when looking at just a generation ahead. In contrast to SMIL, Jackson and Jensen convey a vision of the future with a little more certainty, and that is sooner or later, society based on high energy carbon will fall apart. The center cannot hold. There will be a decline in consumption of energy and the material existence it currently makes possible, and in parallel, a reduction in the scale of social groupings through which we organize our livelihoods. The human population is likely to reset itself at maybe 2 billion, down from nearly 8 right now, and the authors make it clear that we have no roadmap for navigating what's to come. They say, no individual, political movement, or government has a plan for transitioning from an unsustainable, high-energy, interdependent global society of nearly 8 billion people to low-energy societies with sustainable levels of population and consumption. I should say that I don't think the futures described in How the World Really Works and An Inconvenient Apocalypse are necessarily exclusive. But my read is that SMIL believes that change is likely to happen more slowly, although a new pandemic could change that. And he would bet on humans having the capacity to ride the rapids of change with more of our social order and technology intact. Jackson and Jensen do not lay out a timetable, but one gets the sense that the rapids are around the corner and that we will be living in societies, once again, primarily based on sunlight, captured through photosynthesis of plants and accessed through food and fire. For me personally, I go back and forth between these crystal balls almost on a daily basis. The lens through which we envision the future influences all sorts of life decisions. But how about perennial polycultures? What about perennial polycultures? How do they fit in? What do they have to offer in these future scenarios? In Smill's future, there are a few features of a perennial agriculture, one that functions more like the prairie, that could help us back into the terms of nature's economy. For example, there's good evidence that perennial cropping systems, especially those involving mixtures with legumes, can help draw down atmospheric carbon dioxide by rebuilding the soil organic matter that was lost when the native perennial ecosystem was first converted to annual cropping. There's also evidence that perennial polycultures involving legumes can reduce the emissions of nitrous oxide, another very important greenhouse gas. In terms of adapting to the consequences of climate change, such as less frequent but more intense storms, work on grasslands has already shown that undisturbed soils covered with perennial vegetation facilitate greater water infiltration during intense storms compared to disturbed soils under annual crops. More of the soil volume gets filled with water, and the deep roots of perennial crops are able to access this stored water during dry times. The perennial crops greatly improve water quality by reducing erosion and leaching of nutrients. Perennials would reduce the number of tractor passes in a given field, as replanting every year would be a thing of the past. Indeed, the lives of farmers would be enhanced in a perennial future because the reductions in both workload and need for purchased inputs. In the gradual resource contracting future described by Smill, a natural systems-inspired agriculture would improve soils as a consequence of growing the crops, reduce the use of purchased inputs, reduce labor and fossil fuels required to grow grains, and would help with the adaptation to some of the climate challenges we know are becoming more common. In the future predicted by Jackson and Jensen, humanity in many ways will be hitting the reset button on culture and agriculture. And compared to the condition of the land 10,000 years ago, when humans first started growing grains, this new beginning will inherit croplands with relatively degraded soils, a flora featuring a sobering list of globalized noxious weeds, and climates featuring more intense erratic weather. Under these conditions, perennial polycultures that function more like the natural systems could make a profound difference in the lives of our descendants and the rest of nature. By protecting the soil from erosion, retaining nutrients tightly, building soil organic matter, infiltrating water, outcompeting weeds, and regrowing for years, perennial polycultures could provide a highly consequential and sustainable food energy foundation for civilization that would require far less human and animal labor than the annual crops that exist now. Regardless of the path or paths that humanity takes, whether our future lives resemble the lives we live today, while managing to adapt to tighter resource constraints through lower consumption coupled with technological innovation, or whether we experience a rapid shift that leaves most energy-demanding technological innovations behind as historic artifacts of the fossil fuel era, regardless of the paths humanity takes, I think it's safe to conclude that the journey will be better, and potentially a lot better, if we succeed in redesigning agriculture, our food-producing ecosystem, to function more like the highly diverse and highly perennial prairies, forests, savannas, tundra, and deserts that built the soils across virtually all landscapes on Earth in the first place. Whew. Thank you. That's okay. So I'm here to say that we're still feeling pretty good about this work. Okay? So what about it? Well, the rapidly shifting context of society and uncertainty about the future has made us rethink strategies and priorities going forward. For example, we don't want to place all of our eggs in one basket. The Land Institute is more than ever committed to involve research collaborators, not just across the US, but around the world, to participate in developing new perennial grain crops, improving the ones that are already being developed, and moving those crops from plants in research nurseries to energetically and economically viable polycultures in the landscape. Climate, political instability, and funding are examples of biophysical and social constraints that, if disrupted, could slow down or even end a perennial grain program. The odds that such a disruption would happen in any one particular place are not great, but the more research hubs undertaking this long-term work, the more likely progress will be made in one and will be safeguarded against the unexpected in another. The international program at the Land Institute is ramping up, as Rachel mentioned, and so keep your eyes open for exciting projects on that front. Another strategy we have embraced is giddy up. Now, speed and plant breeding don't tend to appear in the same sentence. And we honestly are not attempting to speed the development of perennial grain crops and cropping systems, but rather just progress a little less slowly. There are several ways to accelerate crop development, and we are pursuing them all. One, combine traditional plant breeding approaches based on traits that we can observe in the field and greenhouse with approaches that involve using plants' DNA to guide breeding decisions. Using molecular markers, genomic selection models, and other techniques so that we do not have to grow out plants only to find out that they don't have the traits we are after. Two, invite farmers, food product developers, and researchers to grow out our proto-crops even before they're ready. This is tricky because it can backfire. If early adopters have a bad experience trying to grow or make something from a proto-crop, that does not turn out well. But if people understand where a crop is in the breeding pipeline, then maybe they get interested in it and give it a try. This expands interest in the species and provides valuable information to the breeders, agronomists, and agroecologists working on the development of crops. And three, as mentioned before, inviting more researchers in North America and around the world to form hubs and participate in this research will build critical mass, resulting in more progress in less time. Something that has happened in the last 3 years within the US that has really helped expand collaborations with researchers at many universities and institutions is that the USDA has begun to take an interest in perennial grains. I remember listening to Wes talk at Prairie Festival, I think it was in 1996, in which he likened his efforts at getting government support out of DC for a natural systems agriculture to, does anyone remember? Kicking a 100-foot sponge. That was the name of the talk. I think the size of the sponge has gotten much smaller, and we are not the only ones kicking it. And some examples of what I'm talking about. In January 2021, the USDA published its U.S. Agriculture Innovation Strategy. And in that document was a list of ambitious goals, including deep-rooted perennial varieties are developed for all major row crops. There it was. It's like, really? Okay, so we'll take that. More recently, the Natural Resources and Conservation Service, or NRCS branch of the USDA, has made its policy that perennial grains can be grown on CRS extension lands, which are similar to the better-known CRP or Crop Reserve Program. And just last month, the NRCS released a request for grant proposals that include research on the integration of perennial grains into rotations. It's crazy. To our knowledge, this is the first time that perennial grains have been specifically included in any USDA grant program. But what has really spurred, this is a milestone. There is no question. We're worried about being appropriated or co-opted. We're worried about all of that. But it's also progress, and it cannot happen without resources being available to our colleagues to do this work as well, and I'll describe that right now. Something that has happened in the last 3 years within the, I've read that, okay. In January of 2021, I read that. And but what has really spurred greater collaborations is that several government programs have actually begun to award highly competitive grants to fund perennial grain research. These include several USDA programs, a program that is sort of a spin-off of the USDA called the Future of Food and Agriculture, or FFAR, and even the National Science Foundation. An exciting example of this support was announced in 2020 when a team of some 15 researchers, led by Jake Youngers at the University of Minnesota, was awarded a 5-year, $10 million grant from the USDA's Agriculture and Food Research Initiative. This project now involves 86 collaborators from universities, government agencies, nonprofit institutions, supply chain entities, farms, restaurants, and other organizations. The most recent collaborator on the project is Tomas Casani, a soil ecologist postdoc who arrived at the Land Institute from Argentina 5 days ago. And not only that, but Tomas's birthday is tomorrow, and I must give him his present, both volumes. I promise you. Allison Miller from Danforth, who's seated over there, she will move here in a moment. From Danforth and St. Louis University, we'll follow Aubrey with another version of how government funding can spur some amazing collaborations. So I guess I'm still hovering at about 5,000 feet with my treatment of research updates. All the crop improvement programs, perennial wheat and sorghum, silphium, sainfoin, Kura clover, and Konza, as well as all programs in ecological intensification, crop protection ecology, crop protection genetics, and soil ecology, and all of the programs such as ecosphere studies and crop stewardship have their own stories to tell, and they will, out in the field after we disassemble here. So I want to close out my remarks by mentioning the work of our colleagues in the Yunnan province of China. Their perennial rice has in some regions now matched the yields of annual rice over 4 years, 2 harvests per year, and is being grown by 45,000 farmers. That's a new number. 45,000 farmers in the Yunnan province in China and a few other locations are growing perennial rice. Thanks to our crop protection ecologist, Ebony Morell, researchers at Louisiana State are working to bring perennial rice into the U.S. for initial trials in the South. This introduction will take some years, but yet another indication that the perennial revolution is underway. So, as the Kansas motto goes, ad astra per aspera, to the stars through difficulty. With that, I want to bring up Aubrey Straight-Krug, who will bring us into the human side of a perennial future. So, Aubrey.
Friends and colleagues and collaborators and the folks here I have yet to meet, it's so good that you're here. Thank you for being here. It's good to be back, and it's good to be perennial. I'm going to begin my reflections and research update with a familiar assertion that roots are powerful. You might have seen the Land Institute's iconic Roots banner. It's hanging on the other side of that wall, if you want to go check it out here on the other side of the barn. It also hangs in the stairwell down to the seed vault over in the research building. It's been unfurled at stages, at presentations around the US and around the world. And I have heard the lore that Wes has rolled out the banner down the aisle of an airplane in the interest of public education and epiphanies. I wish I would have been there. The banner illuminates the roots of annual wheat and perennial intermediate wheatgrass. The depth and texture of those roots are contrasted on a plain black background. Removed from the context of the soil ecosphere, excavated from the tubes in which they were grown to be photographed for that particular image, these roots become accessible for observation. We can look at them up close, and we can step back and compare them to more familiar scales, like the scale of the human body, which is much shorter than those perennial roots. But what we can see is simply the start of understanding the power of roots. In that portrait of plant roots, we can just see that snapshot in time. But we can stretch beyond a single moment and beyond sight alone to sense a greater reality. Plant roots are not static. They are not simply moments in time alone. They are living time. They seek energy and water and nutrients. They exchange, they invest, they pull up, they push down, they tense and release, they rub up against and compete, and brace and infiltrate, and they decay and turn over. They take different forms for different plants and in response to different plant communities and ecological context. So as you think again of the roots banner in your mind's eye, or as you close your eyes and contemplate this prairie landscape in which we're embedded, I ask you, can you sense this rooting movement of matter and energy? It happens below ground in the dark, but it is integral to how sunlight powers the life of the ecosphere. I want to suggest that we humans are as in the dark as roots. We stand above them on top of the ground and we can bask in the sun, unlike those roots, but our lives are interdependent with them and interdependent with so much that we can't see. We are in the dark when it comes to knowing much about the future too. What we do know is our powerful propensity for seeking, making, learning. Humans are not pictured in that banner, but we have shaped and are shaping the annual and perennial grain crops whose leaves and seeds and roots are depicted. We humans observe, select, tend, harvest, process, eat, trade, store, plant, and replant. Human hands, technology, and labor, not to mention other animals and tools, are woven into the movement of matter and energy across generations and landscapes. And along the way, roots have become more than material. They have become metaphorical. It's perhaps common sense in this crowd to know that the word radical grows from the Latin word for roots. But I'd like to name something even more basic, that in English, words have roots. We say they have roots. That's a conceptual metaphor, which is a building block of our thought. We, speaking English, think of words and language as having come from somewhere, and roots are how we talk about that connection to place. Roots are how we trace relationship. So roots are evocative. They evoke human communities, our origins, our genealogies, our family trees, our interdependence on each other. They evoke getting to the root of the problem, which is an analytical approach that perceives problems spatially in terms of depth, something that you can get at. They evoke the phrase putting down roots, colonizing places by uprooting others in order to put down one's own roots. And also, I hope, creatively committing to places by repairing and making anew the roots of belonging. So roots evoke dynamic and moving patterns of thought and behavior and interaction, the patterns by which we make meaning and determine boundaries, the patterns that comprise culture and society. So can you sense those rooting movements of humans, our peril and our possibility? I wanted to share this reading and kind of rereading of the Roots banner for a couple of reasons. First, to investigate why roots are powerful. It's not enough to just simply assert that fact. If roots are to be transformative, if we want to make and be new roots, per the theme of this Prairie Festival, per the theme of New Roots for Agriculture so many decades ago, we have to open toward the whole reality of roots. What they are, what they can mean. We have to open for conversation and interrogation and collaboration. We need to open and are opening to generous critique as a form of care. Second, I want to provide this reading of the Roots banner to invite you into a shared experience of the kind of research themes and activities that I'm going to describe next. Research is intellectual and rational and driven by data, and it's also embodied and emotional and carried by stories. That's because humans are the ones who do research, and we are all of those things and more. As long as we live and eat, we humans are always in culture, in social and economic relationship, in the material and energetic context of the ecosphere. To recognize and reckon with this reality is the start of how we search and research together to create a perennial future. I appreciate and want to echo Tim's reflections on this changing ecospheric context and the ways in which that urgently changing context both does and doesn't change our long-term work, both emphasizing and calibrating our understanding of the value of diverse perennial grain agricultures that nourish more just human communities within ecological limits. And for my part, I'd like to reflect on how this changing ecospheric context has shaped our research strategy in terms of culture and society and economics and education. The deepening and accelerating ecospheric emergency has influenced the kinds of questions that we ask. For the last several years, we've been investigating if the ecological future of grain agriculture is to be diverse and perennial, what is required of us now in social terms? I think it's a pretty compelling question still, and asking this question has led us to really probe some of the basics of what and why and when. What needs to happen and why and when? We posit that human agricultures and cultures need to be grounded in the ecosphere within more than human ecological and energetic limits and built on fundamental human social values. And this transformation towards increased responsibility and decreased fossil fuel use needs to happen now for communities to endure in our home planet. You have heard and will hear more about this really basic, crucial knowledge through the festival, and you can explore it more in various books and articles and podcasts and videos developed by our Land Institute researchers and collaborators, including folks like Stan Cox and Wes Jackson and Bill Vitek, which have common themes but different and plural perspectives. We will certainly keep inquiring into and building our basic knowledge of our ecospheric context. And what we know now prompts us to ask and frame new questions. Not just what and why and when, but who and where and how. If we know something about what needs to happen, how do we pursue it? So in ecosphere studies, we continue to evolve our research and educational efforts, I'll share more about in a moment, and to grow our team and network of collaborators. And the question that we're leaning into investigating is, how do we bring courage to the movement to change patterns of meaning and norms and values and behaviors so that human communities can realize these more just perennial cultures of agriculture and learn to live within ecospheric limits. In crop stewardship, led by my colleague Tessa Peters, we have grown a new program that works with Konza and all of the proto-perennial grains that we're developing. I hope you'll enjoy meeting and eating some of these perennial grains soon, this afternoon, if you haven't already at the pancake feed this morning. And I want to name that back in 2019 at our last Prairie Festival, we just had a commercialization manager, and we now have this growing crop stewardship research team that investigates the question, how do we steward the movement of crops from research stations onto the landscape, supporting innovative and sustainable supply chains in which perennial grains are adopted, valued, and consumed. I'm magnetized by these how questions because they're practical. They bring home what is at stake here and always. How we research, how we relate, how we live now may matter for if and how a perennial future becomes possible. How the World Really Works, the title of the book Tim mentioned by Václav Smil. How the World Really Works is a statement of scientific knowledge, including our contemporary petroculture's reliance on fossil fuels, and I also believe our enduring social interdependence and reliance on care work. How could the world really work is a question of moral imagination that invites us to apply our knowledge of reality toward the common good, or toward what Omar and I have written about as a social perennial vision. So based on these how questions, I've come to perceive our collective research strategy as translational. We aim to bridge the gap between what we know or think we know and what we do. We translate knowledge into testable questions and practices that benefit humans. The knowledge that we translate, test, and apply comes from across scholarly disciplines and practices in the arts and humanities and social sciences and natural sciences. It also comes from engagement and collaboration outside of and beyond scholarly disciplines. So our research methods are increasingly what's known as transdisciplinary. To name a few of these, we're testing civic science as a method for advancing new crop domestication. How do you make new crop domestication happen in more resilient and quick ways? Something we're very interested in. So in this 2022 growing season, more than 120 civic scientists around the US are collecting data, connecting in their diverse local places, and sharing their stories of growing and caring for future perennial grains. They're collaborating with us to study the perenniality of our perennial wheat line and to conserve the genetic diversity of Silphium ecotypes. Several of these civic scientists are here today. I met one in the middle of the dance floor last night. I'm so excited that they're here, and I hope you'll come meet them over at our civic science booth, along with our civic science research technician, Anna Anderson. Over the coming year, we're laying the groundwork for our largest civic science learning community yet, with a focus on accessibility, diversity, and inclusion. Our transdisciplinary research also involves exploring how to adapt perennial grain cropping systems for different regions and contexts, in close collaboration with farmers and other partners. Over the past 3 years, the crop stewardship team approved licenses for more than 130 Konza growers, nearly a 10-fold increase. That's scaling up at an appropriate pace, and the team is also interested in scaling deep. This year marks Sophia Skelly's transition to a new role in crop stewardship as our Upper Midwest Hub Coordinator, based in a region with a large number of perennial grain supply chain stakeholders, several of whom are with us here today. Here at the Land Institute's headquarters and home hub in the central Great Plains, community engaged research involves building capacity through a new position that we recently opened the search for, a land relations coordinator. This role will focus on initiating and stewarding relationships and projects that help realize a more just and perennial future in this region. So they may help us to learn to live into our responsibilities to this land, including our Marty Bender Nature Area, to the indigenous nations whose homelands in which we're located, to partners in this region like the Kansas Black Farmers Association, and to the diverse human and non-human communities here. These emerging efforts point to the importance of who is involved and included, and the recognition that where research takes place can matter for resilience in a rapidly shifting context. The who and where and how of research also matters for legitimacy. We basically know, going back to that basic knowledge, that robust or thick legitimacy is a requirement for a diverse perennial grain agriculture to be realized at scales that make a meaningful difference. We've also been taught through writings by Mewa Montenegro DeWitt and others in the field of agroecology in which we work, that legitimacy is ethical, political, and highly integrative. It's a result of both scientific and social efforts that's tested in both scientific and social terms. Transdisciplinary research in which knowledge is produced through collaboration may be a way to build legitimacy. But if and how such research builds consent, trust, equity, and justice is of great and primary interest. So in this regard, oh, thanks. I agree. In this regard, I want to highlight a new collaborator in our work, sociologist Amy Teller. She's based at the University of Minnesota. Amy is studying social sustainability in novel Konza supply chains in Minnesota and Kansas. And since there is not a standard definition or understanding of what social sustainability is, that involves first really asking growers and partners, how do you understand and envision the social benefits of perennial grain crops? It might be found at the nexus between what these folks want to see sustained in their communities and what they want to see changed and how. Amy, along with researchers from our group at the Land Institute, applied their knowledge to create race and equity activities at this year's Konza conference and have contributed to the development and the implementation of a race and equity framework for the Konza USDA CAP grant that Tim mentioned earlier. And through that same grant, we've been engaged in another activity in crop stewardship, which advances our understanding and collaborations. We've been working on strategic planning for the creation of a Konza Stewards Alliance. This is led by the crop stewardship and commercialization efforts, in which actors along the supply chain work together to take on responsibility. They're using a steward ownership framework, in which stakeholders can be centered in decision-making and hold power, and in which the purpose, vision, values, and market opportunities for Konza can be stewarded. We're really excited for the KSA to emerge. Also in development and beta testing right now are a growing suite of educational lessons for high school and undergraduate students that situate the story of Konza within its larger social, agroecological, and ecospheric context, and that spark discovery on topics from plant breeding to supply chains to visioning a perennial future. This curriculum is called Konza in Context. I hope you'll check out some of the materials and activities at the booth organized by our post-baccalaureate researchers, Lydia Nicholson and Claire Weinman. And I hope when you look at the roots banner, at those intermediate wheatgrass roots that help power the production of Konza perennial grain, you join with me in curiosity about the evolutionary and social ecological history and future of this plant species, about where the roots of intermediate wheatgrass have come from in Eurasia and where the new roots might repair degraded land here and around the world. I want to close by mentioning that thanks to a collaborator's recommendation, I recently read a book by Gal Beckerman titled The Quiet Before, on the unexpected origins of radical ideas. It's about how social and cultural change of all kinds starts. And early on in the book, Beckerman writes, and I quote, "If we rewind to the instant when a solid block of shared reality is first cracked, it's usually a group of people talking." So I invite you to think about roots with the power to crack concrete. I invite you to consider roots with the power to search into and hold on to soil and each other. I invite you to contemplate how we might be and become those new roots. Let's keep talking.
So now we're going to hear a little bit from Allison Miller, again from the Danforth Center in St. Louis University, who's a close colleague and good friend. Allison.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. It is such an honor to be back here at the stage at the Land Institute. Thank you for the invitation. I have 5 minutes, so this will be very brief. I'll start by saying the projects that I'm discussing today are the work of many people here at the Land Institute and in St. Louis, people who are working with us today and those who have come before. We carry everyone with us forward in our work, and we're just so grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this perennial revolution. 2 exciting projects have cropped up in the last 3 years that involve collaborations between the Land Institute, the Danforth Center, and other partners that I'll mention. First, Tim and also Aubrey talked about the need to make less slow the process of developing new perennial grain crops. And we're doing this using a modern twist on an old idea. It's the idea of early stage selection. Can we tell from a seed or a seedling or a germination rate or a spectral signature that comes off that seedling what that individual plant might do in the field? We're testing this idea in 3 species that are near and dear to the heart of the Land Institute: intermediate wheatgrass, sainfoin, and Silphium integrifolium. So the way this works is that we comprehensively phenotype or collect data on the features of the early life stages of those species at an individual level. We use this using automated approaches and more standard ones. We do it under regular treatments and a drought treatment. And then we take those individual plants, which are barcoded, we put half of them in our field sites in St. Louis and the other half here in Salina, and we monitor them over the course of 3 years to see if, in fact, any of the traits that we measured early on in the life cycle are predictive of what we later see in the field, particularly aspects of yield and root growth. That's a project that's funded by the FFAR public-private partnership that Tim mentioned. Our hope is that information will be used by breeders to try to speed up this domestication pipeline. The second project focuses on a broader ecological question, which is how do the physical attributes of plants, both above and below ground, how do they influence the plant communities around them and the soil ecosphere? And we're interested in this question from two perspectives. The one that I just mentioned, can individual plant traits enact changes in their communities around them and in the soil? But also, how do the soil and the plant communities affect those traits? So just over 1 year ago, we launched the New Roots for Restoration Biology Integration Institute, of which the Land Institute is a critical part and really provided the intellectual foundation for this initiative. This is a 5-year, $12.5 million grant from the National Science Foundation that includes not only the Danforth Plant Science Center and St. Louis University, my home institutions, the Missouri Botanical Garden, the Land Institute, the Chicago Botanical Garden, University of Kansas, University of Missouri, and the University of Vermont. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. The Institute brings together researchers from different disciplines, so plant organismal systems, biology, population and community ecology, and the soil ecosphere, and others that are working in restoration ecology, and really tries to build a bridge across this major theme, what is one of the major challenges of our day. Land use conversion, including both urbanization and agriculture based on annual plant monocultures, has impacted 75% of lands globally and has contributed to the loss of half of the world's topsoil in the last 150 years. So the core research activities of the New Roots for Restoration Biological Integration Institute focus on this overarching question: can we restore critical ecosystem functions to our degraded lands and our agricultural landscapes? And can we use information about plant traits and the effects of those traits on plant communities and the soil to improve restoration efforts, both in degraded natural systems and also in our reimagined agricultural systems like those that are being developed here at the Land Institute? So our hope is that in order to advance restoration, this New Roots for Restoration Institute will ultimately, through 10 different research projects that I'm not going to explain in this 5-minute window, will improve prediction of below-ground functional traits based on above-ground phenotypes. We hope it will accelerate the selection of robust perennial ecotypes for use in restored wild landscapes, as well as breeding perennial crops like intermediate wheatgrass and alfalfa, among others, for use in reimagined agricultural ecosystems that mimic the prairie in their diversity and perenniality. So I'll sum up by saying it's been an incredible pendulum swing, I would say, in terms of research activities and application of various technologies and approaches to really bring this perennial dream into all different sorts of reality. And I'm so thrilled to be a part of it. I'm so glad that you're all here, and I'm so grateful to the Land Institute for leading the charge. So thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Do you have any tour? She's going to explain it, I guess.
Maybe we should go.
Okay. And I can see.
We can follow up.
Yep. We'll be up here.
Okay, thank you. We're about to set you free, but not quite yet. And you'll go enjoy these plot tours. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't remind you that the Land Institute is a nonprofit organization. And that the grants that Tim referenced, the primary strategy for our seeking and going for grants is to expand partnerships and to bring other people to the work. And that a large portion of our work is funded by individual donors and philanthropists like you and thousands of others who make this work possible. We like it that way because it allows us to follow the science and see things as they emerge and be agile to do that over time. So thank you. This is to say thank you to all of the perennial donations from you all. Thank you for coming to this, a program of the Land Institute. Check out the bookstore. There's all kinds of good swag that you can wear around town. We have a new shirt that we've conceived of just in the last couple of days that says, "Tell me about your roots." And so maybe we'll make that for next year, and you can get that, and then people come up and ask me about my roots, is what I would say. So they will come up and ask you about your roots, and you can tell them about the Land Institute. Just a note about the bookstore. Aubrey, thank you for this idea about talking, a few people talking as being an important catalyst to the future. We have a bookstore that's filled with books by TLI staff and speakers and others. I just want to make a note that here we don't believe that just because something is published in a book that the conversation is over. We actually see those acts as conversation starters and encourage the challenge of the dialogue that comes from reading and engaging in those works. So check that out. And I think there's a few announcements about plot tours to help you find your way.
Okay, Tim is with me for moral support on the plot tour clarification. So, first of all, the place to meet for the plot tour is on the corner of Waterwell Road and the main drive under the white pennant. If you have any questions or any confusion about your tour, that's where to go.
So it's kind of by the food trucks.
It's by the food trucks, by the north lawn, by the food trucks. Thank you, that's very helpful. Okay, we're good. Now every group has a tour guide, so that's very helpful. You'll meet that guide at the white pennant as well. They'll introduce themselves. At 3 p.m., you are the darker blue ticket. Please head there straight away after this talk. And that's more of a straight than a, if you can, so that we can get down to the plots and get there on time, or start to get rolling. Okay, so 3 p.m. is darker blue, 3:15 is green, 3:30 red, 4 p.m. is a teal color, and 4:15 right now is there's actually no signups yet, but we're keeping it open, is white. 4 o'clock, we will be providing you with transportation. So that's part of that 4 o'clock. If you want a little extra help, 4 o'clock is a sign up, but also we will be there if you feel that you want a ride, we'll be there to give you one, no matter what tour.
But only a few people, right? Not all 50.
The cart is only built for 4 or maybe 5 maximum, so it's one of those exercises in patience. No, it is not an en masse. And just for those who are curious, no, the horses cannot go down into the plots because the grade is too steep for them, just in case you were wondering. Okay, anyone have questions? White pennant. And I see your hand up. Hang on, I'll see you on the other side of the barn. You want to ask it now? Okay. Okay, great, thank you. So everybody clear, white pennant, plot tours. Yes? Where do we sign up if we haven't? Registration. If you haven't already signed up, registration. The first 2 tours are full. Okay, but there's lots of space in the other ones. Now, we know that the sun is very strong. Please remember, hats, you can buy them in the bookstore. Hydration and everything else, very, very important. To address Anne's remark, which is absolutely true, CDs, which is a Prairie Festival tradition, and still people love them. They are for sale for all the speakers immediately following, and music. And you can sign up in the bookstore for those as well. Okay.
Shall we talk about the stations, the research stations?
Yes. Okay, doubling back. Research stations. The demonstrations are new this year, you'll see. So we have actually static demonstrations for all of our different programs. And they follow a circuit. So you start here at the Hedgefire Circle with civic science. These are for folks who have not signed up for a tour, or when you're done your tour, you can catch back up and you can learn more about each of the programs. Starting up here at the Hedgefire Circle is civic science. You come down to the Nelder fan, straight down line view, is soil ecology. Take a right and bisect the property, and then you'll come to perennial wheat. The signs will guide you around the corner, and you'll get to crop stewardship, then crop protection, and then to find the final stop, and one not to miss, is perennial sorghum, which is inside the research building in the viewing room, because that happens in Georgia, so therefore there's a video which will give you a demonstration.
What, and so maybe just comment that it's a la carte. They're going on all the time. Yeah, just to add on. So we haven't done this before, and we're getting this clear. Everything Emily just said, while that order exists, they're all starting at 3, all 7 of those stations. And so a la carte, you can walk around. There's no order. In fact, definitely don't all go over there to the fire circle. Some of you should head to the sorghum, go to down to the north lawn. And in many instances, 3, 3:30, 4, 4:30, and 5. Some of them just be ongoing, and you can show up and there's no beginning or end. You can stay as long as you want. But most of them will have a defined beginning at the half hour. And they'll go about 15 or 20 minutes, and you can sit around and talk. So we'll see how this goes. A little bit linear with the plot tours, and then it's a la carte with these research stations. So.
Okay, have fun. See you at dinner.